to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council. And I'd like to welcome members of the press and the public forum and all of ELT here to our meeting today. I'd like to begin the meeting with an opening prayer from Mr. Jeff Mitchell. Thank you.
Heavenly Father, we are grateful for this opportunity of living in this land that we have peace and comfort, and that you look after us and give us the necessities of life. We're grateful for the blessings of being here at this council meeting, and pray that thy Spirit will be here as the council discusses things that are appropriate for helping Dunedin to grow and to become a better city, and that they will be blessed to make decisions that will help this to happen. We're grateful for the many blessings that we have, and pray that the councillors may be blessed with wisdom and knowledge to make decisions correctly. We are thankful for our blessings of all that we have and being in this great city of Dunedin. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Today, before we start the meeting proper, I'd like to pay tribute to former Dunedin City Councillor and Mosgiel Community Board member Maurice Prendergast, who has passed this week, aged 83. He was a long-serving councillor, a deputy mayor and a Mosgiel board member, and he was a fierce advocate for his community, even recently with letters in the paper. And even after finishing with the community board, he never shied away from sharing his views or holding the DCC to account, even after stepping back from duties with the DCC. His contribution spanned 18 years, which is quite a long time, and it's only right that we acknowledge his public service. And on behalf of the Dunedin City Council, I pass on our condolences to Mr. Prendergast's family. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As someone who served with Maurice for a very long time ago, and someone who's known him subsequently in the context of his public statements and also his presence at various hearings, I'm sure that everyone knows how much we've lost, how much colour we've lost in our community. It would be fair to assume that politically we often diverged, but I recall Maurice's extraordinary contribution from the early days when he was the best advocate for the Strathtyre that would now be contested by a later successor, but he certainly made an extraordinary contribution over decades to his community and the decision-making of this authority. And I would join with you in passing on our every best wish to his family and relatives. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I had the pleasure of getting quite reasonably regular phone calls from former councillor Maurice Prendergast when I went on the Mosgiel Community Board as the councillor representative, and he'd ring me up and tell me, all sorts of things that he thought that I could do and how I should vote and what advice he had. And it's fair to say he was extremely colourful. And I can remember once being at a meeting and I got sent, when I was a young reporter actually, and I got sent along to this meeting. It was to cover an RSA meeting in Mosgiel, and I trotted along and I was a student. And so I was doing a bit of reporting part-time, and I got into this meeting. I couldn't believe what I was hearing from the speaker, and my fingers were moving I couldn't even move my fingers fast enough to get the quotes down. It was so colourful, and I knew I had a front page lead, which of course I did. And I was like, but the things that were coming out of his mouth I couldn't believe I was actually hearing it. It's fair to say it was a very colourful story. He was expressing the difference between the young today and the men who went to war, and the difference in the ones who are here today was very colourful, according to Maurice. But he certainly, there's no doubt about it, he was a very, very strong advocate for Mosgiel, and while he was controversial at times, he put them on the map, and nobody could sort of ignore Maurice if he was in a meeting. And I certainly remember when I first ran for council mentioning, covering some of his comments at different meetings and how colourful he was, because he was, while he was controversial, he was extremely entertaining, and he was quite well informed as well. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
Colourful Maurice certainly was, but I think more than that, Maurice had a degree of sincerity about everything that he did, which is rare. He was able to say things that a lot of other people were thinking, and say them because he believed sincerely that they were the case. They weren't always flattering for local government. They weren't always flattering for certain individuals around the place, and they certainly weren't that flattering regarding the process that we find ourselves having to go through to try and get some kind of value for local government. I will always remember Maurice as someone who was something of a mentor, got me interested in politics quite early on, and also someone who fundamentally just had a lot of love in him. He really did want the best, and his way of expressing that was to be very upfront with his views, many of which I actually was very much in agreement with, unlike Councillor Benson-Pope. He came from a background of very practical people. He was a very hard-working shearer early on in his life. He built dams up at the farm out of rocks with his own hands, limited, always very limited in the amount of money that he had available, but was able to do really significant things despite those limitations. Perhaps even because of them, he rose to those occasions. So yeah, I have very fond memories of Maurice. He wasn't just colourful and entertaining. He was sincere, and he gave his best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for speaking. And now we shall move on to public forum. And first of those is another former councillor, Rachel Elder. I'll just remind you about the use of, and everyone, about the use of the microphones. They're very sensitive now, and so you don't have to speak too closely to them. But once you have spoken, you have to please remember to turn them off, because they will get feedback. They will have feedback if we have two microphones running. So I'm the person probably most needed to be reminded, but we'll see how we go. So thank you, Rachel. Next 5 minutes are all yours.
Today in Public Excluded, our councillors are going to discuss the options for Dunedin Railways. On May 31st, 2021, Council recommended an analysis of options for the Dunedin Railway services beyond 2021-22 to allow for formal consultation as part of the 22-23 annual plan. This included the feasibility and options for possible extensions of the Otago Central Rail Trail between Wingatui and Middlemarch. And that is what I want to speak to today. We need to be making decisions around the future of Dunedin Railways in the context of one of the fastest growing tourism trends all over the world: cycling. Whilst the Tairi Gorge Railway's experience was being developed, so was the Otago Central Rail Trail. The Otago Central Rail Trail was one of the first in the country and was a model for investment in the great rides across New Zealand. Central Otago and Waitaki now boasts 7 of New Zealand's 22 great rides. The Queenstown and Central Otago districts have the aim of being the top cycling destination in the world and are presently linking trails all the way from Queenstown and Wanaka to Dunedin's borders. All of these great rides finish at, or in Middlemarch's case, just inside Dunedin's boundaries. Dunedin City has the opportunity to be a cycling hub for the Lower South Island Great Rides. With its cycle harbourways and the tunnels trails, we could be the start or ending point of the regional Great Rides, including the Otago Central Rail Trail, with huge benefits in overnight stays in Dunedin and to the Dunedin Airport. So does this make economic sense? Do the figures stack up? The Dunstan Cycle Trail, with its dramatic drops in scenery, had 82,000 uses in the first. During lockdown in Auckland and no international visitors, Central Otago tourism grew by 19%. In the year 2020 to 21, the Otago Central Rail Trail had 80,000 uses and grew by 18%, and it is growing consistently. An analysis of the Queenstown cycle trails shows that they now generate 157.6 million, or 1/3 of that, of skiing, and that is expected to increase to 50% of skiing's income by, you wait for it, 2026. That is absolutely mind-blowing. What is the future prospects for cycling? The Cycle Tourism Insights report says that up to 1.8 million adult New Zealanders want to participate in cycling tourism in the next 2 years, and that for Australia that figure is 6.9 million. Is it time for Dunedin to re-look at Dunedin railways in the light of current trends when it comes to the growth of cycling, and also in the light of Queenstown and Central Otago aiming to be a world-class cycling destination? How can we make the most of both rail and cycling? As most trains go to Hindon, could we create a cycle trail from Hindon to Pukerangi and then on to Middlemarch? Could we extend the Outram Glen track past Lee Stream and on to Hindon? Could Hindon have accommodation for cyclists, walkers, fishers and trampers, much like the very successful Waikato Timber Trail? Or should the Taieri Gorge be a cycle trail? A Taieri Gorge cycle trail would be a world-class destination ride with more pulling power than the Dunstan Trail. A cycleway connecting Dunedin to Middlemarch would mean Dunedin has a superb lifestyle and recreational asset that is open 365 days of the year and is free for all the citizens of Dunedin to enjoy. A low-carbon tourism asset that improves economic, environmental, social, physical and mental well-beings of the Dunedin ratepayers and gives them wonderful access to the nature and beauty of the Taieri Gorge. I believe that there are win-wins to be made with cycling and rail, and in the debate today, a wide range of options need to be discussed as to what the future of Dunedin railways might look like, and that options for cycling should be considered as part of the 2023 annual plan so that the community can express its views. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Elder. Are you able to take questions?
Most definitely.
Are there any? Councillor Walker.
Yep, thanks for the submission. No argument around the economic benefits, etc. Thanks for pointing those out. Is this on behalf of the OCRIT, or are you here as just an individual?
It's a personal passion of mine.
Okay, and I presume, it's a second question, that you will come and presume you'll encourage the OCRTT to come to the annual plan?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Vandevers.
Thank you for coming in today and talking about the feasibility and options for the rail trail. Are you aware that we still haven't really seen a business case as such for the rail trail, and would you support seeing a straight business case for the rail trail that you propose?
I think it's critical that Dunedin does a feasibility of the Otago Central Rail Trail because of the growth of cycle tourism, but also in the context of Dunedin being able to be the hub for a number of great rides on our borders. I believe it's the next big thing.
Sorry, just to sharpen my question a little, what I'm looking at is a cost-benefit analysis.
Yes, I think it needs to be done.
You agree that a cost-benefit analysis
and
needs
there
to be
is
done?
money in Dunedin, in New Zealand tourism for this kind of feasibility to be done, up to $25,000. And I have talked to Benji Patterson about him doing that because he's done the Queenstown, he did the Queenstown one, and he also did the mountain biking one for Rotorua. So he's very well able to do it because he lives in Arrowtown.
Thank you.
He understands the prospectus of that.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora, Rachel. Just
Kia
a
ora.
question about the, in 2021 it was moved that staff would continue supporting the Otago Central Rail Trail Trust to develop a feasibility study on the possible options for the Otago Central Rail Trail between Middlemarch and Wingatui. I wonder, do you know what status that work is at?
At the moment, the status of that work, it was started, but it's not finished. And I kind of believe this needs to be an independent study because, in fact, sometimes the politics of an area means that there's conflict, and I think taking it away from a group, and I actually advised on that. I believe there needs to be an independent study funded by Dunedin City Council, so it takes it away from all the emotions and politics of, and this is an emotional and political thing. I think it was not fair to actually ask them to do it. I believe it should have been an independent study, and I advised that, and I was the person who seconded that motion.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Oh, it's just a clarifying question. I don't believe we asked them to do it. I believe the ex-councillor Wilson came to our council and asked us to let them do it. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, it was like that, but I think in hindsight it would have been better for us to actually ask an independent person because it is an emotional issue and it is an issue of conflict. And if you live in the Maniatoto, that becomes personal. So I do think that it would be wiser to actually for the City Council to pay for it. It's a City Council asset, and for it to be done properly. And there is funding for it presently. So, we could go 50-50 with Tourism New Zealand. They've got 25,000 sitting there waiting for someone to apply for it for this kind of thing.
Right, now, Councillor Houlihan has a question. We have 39 seconds left.
Thank you. I know former Councillor Kate Wilson said at one of our public forums that cycling, if the Tari Gorge Rail was continuing the train service, that people could just put their bike on the train and then carry on. Is that something you agree with, or what is your view on that, Rachel?
I'm a cyclist, and the experience of cycling is very immediate. So when you're cycling, you see the little ducklings and you can stop. You smell the bush around you, hear the birds. It's an experience people don't want to get on a train to see something. They want to hear the river. They want to be able to stop and take photos. And that is why cycling as an experience is growing, because it's made that experience accessible to me. I've got an electric bike and I can do it.
Thank you.
The baby boomers are buying electric bikes.
Thank you, Ms. Elder. That is your time. Thank you very much. I will now call upon our next speaker from the public forum, Paulina Barry.
Hello, is this working?
It is, and you have the next 5 minutes are all yours. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for listening. My name is Paulina Berry. I'm a postgraduate student at the University of Otago, originally from the United States, but I am pursuing citizenship in New Zealand, and I live in Port Chalmers, and I have many friends there, and we have been speaking about some different issues that we're concerned about in Port Chalmers. My neighbors and I agree that Meridian Street in Port Chalmers doesn't actually require street lighting for safety or travel, and instead the lights happen an irritation that disrupts our sleep and wastes energy. We are not concerned about the lighting in the port businesses or in the Port Otago at this time, but the residential areas, we suggest timing the light according to dawn and dusk when people are more likely to be outside, and turning the lights off from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., or turning the lights off entirely in summer and limited in winter. Also, we would like to see shielding applied to the light fixtures to reduce glare for those with astigmatism and other light sensitivities. We have also discussed our concerns about the lighting along the cycleway, which we love the cycleway, but we are concerned about the lighting going up, as there was no previous lighting before on that whole stretch, and there's no lighting for a good portion of the road, and we'd like to see it that way without the lights, because birds, moths, and other insects and marine animals are deeply and heavily affected by light pollution. And also people all along the harbor are affected by the light coming into their windows at night. The Otago Harbor is home to many wonderful species of animals, and many of them roost and feed in the Otago Harbor right near shore. And it is likely that the new lighting will affect them, the wildlife, and possibly draw them to other areas where it is darker, and therefore we won't have as much wildlife along the cycleway and along the harbor. Bikers and walkers generally don't carry, Bikers and walkers don't generally need street lighting these days because we carry our own lights on our cell phones, on headlights, on torches, and reflective gear. And since the cycleway is flat and fenced, the lighting seems like an unnecessary annual cost to maintain, and we suggest in Port Chalmers that the lights should be shielded to limit light pollution into the water and into people's homes. And we also suggest timing the lights, like I previously mentioned, from evening and then turned off throughout the night, and then turned on for a short period in the dawn. I believe these suggestions are cost-effective and doable, saving money on energy and also keeping Dunedin dark at night so we can see the stars and enjoy the wildlife. Thank you for listening.
Very good. Thank you, Paulina. Are you happy to take questions?
Yes.
I have one. Do you have a schedule of your desires? So, you've told us a story about here and there and wherever, but have you put that into a schedule form so that various, people who are concerned with lighting within the DCC could have a look at it and come back to you with some answers or suggestions or explanations?
I don't have a schedule, but I'm happy to discuss that with anybody who's interested in working on this project as a future project I know the Dunedin Astronomical Society is interested in working on this as well.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I live on the West Harbour, and I see the lights as a safety mechanism so that people don't fall in the harbour. Do you have any concerns about the safety for people if they're walking along in the dark?
I have thought about that, and it seems to me that we have Back Beach, and many people walk around Back Beach and they don't fall into the harbour. There's no lighting. Right now, people are allowed to ride their bikes on the highway to Port Chalmers, and there's no lighting for a good stretch of that, which seems less safe than actually having the cycleway, because the cycleway is separated. And since it's fenced and flat, it doesn't seem to me that falling into the harbour is much of an issue for pedestrians.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you for coming in, Ms Barry, and raising this with us. Are you aware that when the cycleway was put in on the other side of the harbour, these matters were canvassed and explored? Are you aware of that?
I was not aware that they decided that the lighting was a good decision.
It was certainly a discussion point. I wonder if, because it's State Highway 88, whether you have approached the local community board to advocate with Waka Kotahi?
I would like to do that, yes.
I would encourage you to, but thank you for coming along today.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, thanks for coming in, Paulina. I happen to live in the street in front of you, and I cycle the path every day and in the evening. So 2 questions. And I've had many debates with people in the street. Goes back to Councillor Houlihan's question. Do you agree there's a balance between amenity, safety when it comes to building any construction? Yep, cool. I definitely agree with you re pedestrians, but have you or anybody you're advocating for cycled the cycleway in the evening when there's no moon?
Oh, yes.
You
yes.
have?
I do think that some lighting is definitely necessary for safety.
Yeah.
But I think that currently the system of having the lights turn on when it's sensitive to the light is a bit much, and I don't see many people biking at 3 a.m. in the morning when
You
lights
haven't seen me.
probably aren't. Yeah?
Done it many times.
Wow.
Yes, in states of disrepair as well. We won't go any further than that. Are you aware also when this was consulted, there was agreement between Waka Kotahi and the community to have low beam lighting, which has been installed?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Great. And finally, you're also aware that most birds are inactive during the evening?
Yes, but they do roost in those areas, and the roosting, as well as lighting, affects human sleep drastically. And it definitely affects all wildlife that's outside sleeping, or nocturnal life out there. And there's a lot of nocturnal life.
I'm very aware of that. Thank you. Great. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms Barry.
Thank you.
I now invite Mrs Jo Miller to the chair. Thank you, Ms Miller. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I have presented some questionnaires to you for your approval. I don't ask for you to even attempt to answer them today. I've asked, could we have a written response by the end of February? I'd just like to give you some explanation behind why these questions have been put before you. On the 2nd of December in the ODT, we had a report about the DCHL in which it said that Aurora had made a $7.7 million profit. Then in early January, I received an email from Aurora Energy asking if Grey Power would host a meeting for them because they wanted to discuss potential charges that were coming into force in April. No indication whether they're up or down, but my feeling is that they're probably up. Having contacted some of the members in my committee about this meeting and seeing whether they wanted to hold one, this has resulted in the questionnaire coming out for you. And so I think if I can preempt some of these questions which will be put on the floor, we may get a more perhaps relaxed meeting than we otherwise could have. And I just have a real concern, and it's one of the biggest concerns that we do have with our members, is that I don't know whether any of you are aware or not, but Grey Power Electricity itemises their bills. It was a requirement when we set up the company that the bills had to be itemised. And from that, this is what's creating some of the problems amongst our members, is that we currently, excuse me, I can't see with my glasses on. Our current charge per kilowatt for the actual power is 10.396 cents a kilowatt. Our network services Dunedin variables is 9.400. So I pulled out one of my accounts. It's from going 25th of August to the 24th of September. My actual power account was $132.34. My network Aurora variables was $119.66. What is concerning our members is the fact that are they going to be able to keep their houses as warm as they want to in winter if these charges continue to go up. They want to know why they're going to go up when they have made such a profit, and hence some of the questions that have come to you today. What is of greater concern to me is that what will happen is that people will not heat their houses because they're going to try and save power, and we will end up with a higher health bill than we currently have. I did a little bit of a checking on it and found that our energy payment per month works out to $127.28. So if you look at $127.28, of which 119.66 goes to Aurora, you can see that there's no benefit from our energy payment in this area while we are being costing out to these power lines like we are. So my biggest concern to you is, can we have some way of looking to make sure that we do ensure that people, and I'm not talking about 65-year-olds and 70-year-olds, I'm talking about families, and I'm talking about those, well, 50 plus is our age group that we look at, but that also incorporates families who get this energy payment. And so it's going to impact on all of us, and I have grave concerns that if we don't have a good understanding of why these costings are going to be put out to us, then we are not going to be in a position to have a good, healthy citizenship in the winter time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you happy to take questions?
Certainly.
Do we have any? Councillor Vandervis.
I could answer a couple of the questions on here. Were any dividends paid to the Dunedin City Council? We haven't had dividends as such since 2015 from the council companies collectively. We have had an interest payment of 5.9.
I think the object of the exercise is to ask questions rather than. I think we'll leave for wait for an official response from DCHL to
these questions.
Mrs. Miller, that's right.
Okay, yeah, no, quite happy for that to happen.
Do you have a question?
Well, I do have a question, and that is that from your understanding, do you believe that you're paying far too much for the actual distribution cost as opposed to the electricity cost itself?
Well, I understand that the distribution cost is because of the lines and the repairs and the maintenance that had to be done, and we fully understood that because we went to the Commerce Commission's meeting to get a bit of an understanding of that. But what's concerning us is that this cost just seems to be escalating, and yet they're showing us what. I'm sorry, I'm one of these people that are done with things. I have a receipt for getting money and I have an invoice for paying money, and that's the limit of my experience, I'm sorry. So what is mine and other members' concerns is that if they make a $7.7 million profit, why are they going to have to increase their prices? So that's the concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the questions we have, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, moving on to the agenda proper, we have no apologies. Everyone is pleasant. Everyone is present and pleasant. So, thank you. And moving on then to item number 4, declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict might arise between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest they might have. Are there any changes to the members' interest register? No. Thank you. So I move that the council notes there are notes the members' register. Can I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Walker. I'm sure no one wants to speak to it. Thank you. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And now we move to item number 5, confirmation of minutes. There is a slight change to the minutes for the ordinary council meeting of 13 December that the Chief Executive will speak to now.
Councillors, you'll have in front of you replacement page 21, where there was an error. The system automatically recorded something as being carried when in fact it had been lost. So this is a replacement page, item 21 of your document.
Given that change, I move that the council confirms the public part of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 13 December 2022 as a correct record. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gilbert. Would anyone like to speak to that? Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 6. Actions from resolutions of council meetings. In your agenda at page 33. Ms Graham will speak to the report.
Happy to take questions, Your Worship.
Do we have any questions? In that case, I move that the council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Wiley. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 7, Forward Work Programme for Council, January 2023, page 39 of your report. Do you wish to say anything, Ms Grant?
Just one comment. Councillors will note that depending on the some of these items will transfer to the committee once those delegations have been set.
Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question just around the annual report, and I see it's been delayed due to the audit timeframes, and then it also mentions that there will be interim audits and final audits, and that we'll have the report in March. So will we have to go through a number of processes, like accept the annual report in March and then have an audited report come through?
The audited report will go to audit and risk first, which will be with that interim process, and the full report will come to council as soon as it's available.
So we won't see an unaudited report come through?
No, we won't at this. That's my understanding at this point. But you have the next year's financials already on this agenda, so we have the financials. Remembering this is the June 30 annual report that is delayed because of audit.
Oh, last year's annual report. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I just wanted reassurance that the review of standing orders and the review of the Code of Conduct, which have been delayed in an ongoing way for good reason, that they won't be delayed again.
I think you'll have surety that that will be undertaken by the new Civic Affairs Committee as a priority.
Thank you. And finally, page 47, the naming rights. I just wondered if that is a resourcing issue. I see that there's no, this work has not been scheduled.
It has not been scheduled.
Just wondering as to why. Is that a resourcing issue? Or is this not a priority?
It's not a priority at this stage. When we did initial investigations into the policy, the complexities, when we own council companies as well who are bound to follow our policies, it felt like something that our time and effort was better spent elsewhere.
Understand, thank you.
Very good. We appear to have exhausted questions, so I move that the council notes the updated council forward work programme as shown in attachment A. Do I have a seconder to that? Deputy Mayor Barker, thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. And now to item number 8, the Zero Carbon Work Programme and Dunedin Community Carbon Footprint Update. So I welcome Ms McIra, Ms McTavish and Mr Swan. Swan? To the chair. Thank you. Would you like to speak to the report?
No, we're happy to receive questions. Thank you very much.
Happy to take it as read. So questions. Councillor Gary.
Thank you for such a complete and fulsome report. It made very interesting reading. Just a couple of questions of detail. I noticed cruise ship data is not included. Can you foresee a time when we might have access to such data?
Thanks, Councillor. So cruise ships aren't included in the last inventory, but we also didn't have any cruise ships over the period in which the latest inventory covered. We are looking at working with a researcher to look at cruise ship specific related emissions impacts and the relative impacts of different ways of travelling to and from the city by different modes. So that's a research project we're due to kick off shortly.
Oh, wonderful. That's excellent to hear. And the other matter that was missing for me was the EV stats. It was referred to. I was wondering if you had any more detail on that in terms of, we used to be the leading city in numbers of EV vehicles. I just wonder where we sit in that, or if you have any other detail.
Yep. So the latest figures from the top of my head from recollection is it's sitting in that 1 to 2% of the overall registered vehicles in Dunedin are full EVs now. And the last time I tallied up the numbers for Dunedin compared to other metro cities, we're sitting second to Wellington.
Ah, wow. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Councillor Walker.
Thanks for the report, guys. It's fantastic and some good news in there also. I think I've got 4 questions. Just on page 51, when it talks about regular emissions reporting to general managers and executive team leaders, etc. Just a question around, is everybody sort of au fait and on board with that? And has there been any teething problems? Or is pretty much everybody up to speed on what's required? You're nodding positively.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've worked closely with general managers and with with our PSG through the ELT to establish what they need, and so that is a work in progress to ensure that we're presenting information that's in a coherent, translatable way. But the feedback that we've received across the organisation has been really positive about the fact that this information is now available in a much closer to real time.
Fabulous. And second question, again, it's on page 51. There was just a couple of mentions around, I think you said, slower than anticipated provision of emission data from suppliers caused some delays. Can you just explain that?
Yeah, so we, as part of the upgrade to the new ISO standard, the 2018 ISO standard, we're charged with looking up and down our supply chain to bring in emissions that are deemed significant. I think something in the order of 10 of our contractors represent about 80% of our spend, which is by and large a proxy for carbon. So we are working with those 8 suppliers to bring their emissions reporting in. All of them have responded really positively to that, but all of them have their data in slightly different forms. So we are working with them to bring the data in a way that makes sense to us. But yeah, we don't anticipate that we won't get it. It's just working with them to ensure that it's in a form that makes sense.
And that answer makes sense. Thank you. And going to the very comprehensive ACOM report, which was really interesting reading, is there any concern, or is it the norm that I think it was the net emissions, there was a plus or minus of 27%? Is that just a national, is that maybe just explain to me why that's so large?
The large uncertainty. So the uncertainties that were reported is what the uncertainties of New Zealand's national inventory uncertainties are. And so I think at that national level there's often a high degree of uncertainty in terms of that net piece, because the exact rates of carbon sequestration is hard to quantify specifically. We haven't done a specific quantification of the uncertainties in terms of Dunedin's emissions, but wherever possible the methodology tries to look for the most accurate, local, up-to-date data sets that we can to try and reduce that. The other thing I would note with the uncertainties is, while there may be uncertainties on the total quantum, because we're comparing the same data set year on year on year using the same methodology, that year-on-year comparison and the relative differences between years is something that we can have a higher degree of certainty of in terms of those trends.
Yeah, all right. And final question, sorry to hog this, Mr. Mayor. In terms of, I mean, I don't know who this question is to, but how do we, I guess, better socialise this and give, I guess, citizens a better sense of ownership, particularly in the context of the reductions, the good news?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's something that we, I guess, are considering through zero carbon plan development, because as has been, I think, reiterated by a number of councillors around this table over time, it's about getting public buy-in. So we have a relatively extensive engagement program over the next couple of months as part of that zero carbon plan development, and we're hoping that through that we will build, through that we will not only assist to build the plan, but that will also hopefully assist in the job of socialising this work, and also providing us with some information about how we communicate with those stakeholders into the future in a way that makes sense.
Thank you, and I'm happy to move the recommendation when it comes to that.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. I want to go to page 75, table 4, under heading 3.2. Someone's mic's reverberate. Oh. Now, can you turn your mic off while I talk, because it's getting us revac? Yeah. We've got the total percent gross emissions numbers for a number of different modalities for transport. Marine freight's at 10.4 and then rail's at 0.3. Can you give, I assume that's just total amount of CO2 produced. Is there any methodology where it gives us kilometres, tonnes? In other words, distance travelled by weight of freight?
There is. So in terms of the standard emissions factors that the Ministry for the Environment produces does break down the modes of transport in terms of per tonne kilometre travelled, and that highlights the comparative differences between modes. So rail is a really efficient way from a carbon perspective of moving things around. Shipping is less, road is shipping takes more carbon, road transport takes more carbon. So yeah, that is possible. So the purpose of this exercise was to do what is the total quantum of emissions generated, not necessarily looking at what the relative strengths of different modes are in terms of how much freight's being moved.
Except that we're going to use that data for decision-making purposes when it comes to the design and implementation. And I guess my question really is, the marine number is very high at 10%. Mm-hmm. Does that include total journey of the cargo to port? Like if it goes all the way to Los Angeles, it's got thousands of kilometres in that CO2 emission. Came by rail from Southland, it's got 100 kilometres of journey on it. Is that what those numbers look like?
Yes. So the marine, the methodology for marine emissions uses the standard methodology, GPC method that we use, which attributes half of the journey from the port of origin and half of the journey to the destination port in terms of traffic to and from the city. So because Port Otago is situated where we are, we have a lot of first port of call, last port of call traffic, so some of those distances are quite large. And we're working, and we've got a conversation with the port to try and see how we can improve the accuracy of marine-related emissions moving forward. But that is a factor of why that marine component is proportionally quite large. In terms of the work on the zero carbon plan development, we are factoring in looking at what is the most efficient way of moving things to and from the city, looking at those different per tonne kilometre rates and things like that, which really highlights, in terms of this, the need to shift freight off our roads onto rail as it journeys through the city.
Thanks. So I think you've answered it then. And that would then be same with the diesel stuff. I mean, actually, can you mind just, when you're not speaking to him, that I'll say, yeah, thanks. So we've got a situation where rail's using very small and then diesel's quite large, but those diesel journeys won't be necessarily just to port. They could be transiting through the city, and there could be intercity activities as well. Do we have any mechanism of breaking that down? It gets back to the whole point of investing in the future in the transport network to get the outcomes we're looking for. Are we going to get to that level of granularity where we can actually look at the carbon impact of a decision? And, you know, I think you might know where I'm going with this, which is my long-term and very slow-moving request for a report on the impact of an inland port. Are we going to ever get to that level of granularity where we can actually say this will have this impact on carbon?
So I think there was a couple of questions in there. In terms of the diesel figures, that reports on diesel sold in the city is essentially what that figure is. And we are looking again to see how we can get a better picture of freight movements through the city and across the region. In terms of will we get to a point of quantifying the particular impact of different projects, I would suggest we can do that at a project level. So, for example, in terms of the question of the inland port, we could say if this inland port reduces truck movements by X thousand tonnes and the comparative carbon of shifting that onto rail, we could reasonably accurately suggest what, calculate what impact that would have. Yeah. So, yeah, we're trying to do that wherever possible and where it makes sense. Sometimes, because of the broad transport network effects, it can be difficult to attribute the exact carbon quantification on any given project because you need the whole network to work more efficiently as a whole. And so that project may have a broader network effect, for example, that is harder to quantify specifically. But on the inland port, I think we're much better off in terms of understanding that.
And now to something completely different, to forestry. Page 89, there's table 22. If I'm reading that right, exotic forest sequestration's sequestering around about 500,000 tonnes a year. Now, the question I want to know about that is, we mentioned cyclical behaviour of harvesting and export and planting. Does a forest eventually get into a point of steady state where it no longer contributes because it's being harvested and planted at some sort of circular, maybe 30-year cycle?
Yes. So there's a curve over a period of time where as that forest grows, it will sequester more carbon per year, and then as it matures, the amount it sequesters each year goes down. The thing that we need to bear in mind with that, though, is we need to keep that carbon effectively locked up. The way the carbon accounting works is when we cut those trees down, we essentially assume that a lot of that tree will end up back in the atmosphere in terms of carbon, because you can't guarantee what the end use of that wood is. So it is cyclical, and I guess the other thing to note on the forestry figures, we try to get as accurate information on the harvesting rates as we could, rather than using national averages. And this really, I guess, highlighted that when, for example, you look at city forest as a whole, it has a sustainable harvest rate. When we look at the component of city forests that's within the city boundaries, it may go up and down each year. So, but overall, the forestry, if we looked at a broader scale, has a relatively sustainable harvesting rate year on year. So they take out the same number of trees as they plant, essentially, as the broad picture.
The question I'm really, and I didn't enunciate it, so don't worry, is at the moment it's tracking along at around about 500,000 a year.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm really interested in that number is back to page 83, table 14.
Yeah.
Total net emissions, whether forestry is or is not included.
Yeah.
And when you include forestry, our net emissions are down by about 30% across all the years, which naturally leads you to the question, if our forests were 3 times as big as they are now, would be effectively at net zero now, or is this an anomaly due to the fact that we're expanding the exotic forest at the moment?
There's 2 ways to, I guess there's the, yes, if we were to massively expand the forestry, it would make the net zero target relatively achievable. If our sequestration rates stay as they are, and we decline gross emissions, then it makes the net target reasonably achievable. The future, I guess your question is getting at what's the future of sequestration in the city in terms of what is the forestry plans there. There's 2 things that we're looking at with that at the moment. So ECA is undertaking a work to look at what the biomass availability is for the region, and that by proxy is essentially looking at what are the forestry growth rates across the region. And we're in discussions with the Otago Regional Council to do a region-wide sequestration study as well, to see to get a much better idea of what existing forestry owners' plans are, what the potential for increasing forestry is, where are good places to plant those trees and things like that. So that's a project that is about to kick off, and I think makes sense to look at a regional wide scale to ensure that if we're planting trees, they're being planted in appropriate places.
It's actually I saw this and I just was reminded of something I think Ms McTavish had told us a while back, saying that if we were to use carbon sequestration as forests, the advice that we had received as a council at the time was we'd need to plant almost all of Otago in forests, whereas 3 times this is by no means all of Otago in forests, although I do also acknowledge that city forests and others have told us that there's only a narrow width along the coast that pine forests work, and then too far inland they don't work. But can I just get clarity on my position of what I think of what I've heard?
Yep. So, Councillor, I think you're referring to the rapid review, the 2030 rapid review. My recollection of that, and we would need to go back to it, is that was about 170,000 hectares, which is not the whole of Otago. It's not even. It's a proportion of Dunedin. I think the context within which we are undertaking our work is the strategic direction from Council has been to focus on gross emissions reduction in the first instance, as we progress our work around that net zero target. Even if we were to plant out a significant amount of forestry, that would get us to achieve our net target. That would essentially be a one-hit solution. It wouldn't be sustainable long-term because we would need to keep expanding to keep achieving that net position. So hence I think Council's direction around the gross position.
Did we actually pass a resolution saying that was how we were going to do it? I don't remember that.
It flows from the zero carbon guiding principles that were adopted and the zero carbon policy.
Thanks. And my last one is point 25 ACOM's advice that more detailed emissions from other cities would not be much more rewarding. I guess my other question is, this report looks very much like, it has very much the same outcome as the previous two reports, which is that effectively transport, forgetting agriculture, transport and standing energy are our two biggest emitters. I had asked at one point there from the Chair of Infrastructure about our own standing energy actions, and I have not yet received that report. And I'm wondering, where are we with understanding standing energy in the city? I see these numbers here, and electricity is by far away the biggest producer, and I presume that's Huntly's contribution to electricity's production. Ultimately, with government policy changes of removing coal production and flooding the Langamore, might ultimately get that would eventually turn to a zero impact once we get carbon fuel off our electricity. Where are we internally with our own plans, with understanding where our standing energy units are, and what are we doing about getting them off fossil fuels by 2030?
You're referring to DCC's own assets?
Well, just I'm thinking, deal with your own stuff first, yeah.
Thank you. In terms of the DCC's stationary energy piece, electricity is the most significant component. However, because of the government's plans to decarbonise the national grid, in essence, a lot of that should deal with itself. So the focus for our initial emissions reduction work and planning has been LPG. We don't burn coal as a council, so that would be the top priority, but thankfully we don't have that problem. Some of our other Zero Carbon Alliance partners do, and they are working on that. So the focus for us is LPG. By far the largest LPG user within our portfolio is Moana Pool. I forget the numbers exactly, but it's something like 45% of LPG used is used at Moana. So there is a live project which is funded through the long-term plan, or for which Council included funding in the long-term plan to address that emission source. The second kind of clump of LPG use comes from the 6 large DCC-owned buildings in and around the Octagon, so the Civic Centre, Town Hall Library complex, DPAG, Wall Street Mall, which is owned by the DCC. Yeah, that might be it. And again, Council included in the long-term plan some funding to progress heating upgrade or decarbonisation projects for those, which I understand are in the scoping phase at the moment. That's all led by property.
Then I will now, just one last question and I'll be done. You have been reporting to ELT with your progress. Is there a chance, and this might be more to the Chief Executive than to your team, will there be an opportunity for chairs and deputy chairs of committees that are related to these targets to be also briefed in that environment so that we can check where we are from a governance perspective as to the progress of this?
Yeah, I spoke with Ms McTavish last week about the development of the plan and appropriate reporting, and so that will start to come through subject to delegations being approved to the committees that have those items flagged, and so we'll report on the plan and what we're doing both internally and at the citywide level.
Thank you.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora. A couple of questions. My first three are around paragraph 17 on page 56, which is about the complexity, I guess, of the analysis. I see the words, this could be the result of a more modern, efficient fleet with an increasing proportion of EVs, and I think Councillor Gary asked about the proportion of EVs, and I can't really see anything in there. There was a small comment that the EVs the proportion is so small that it doesn't really affect things. I also wondered about the longer term changes in working patterns, e.g. more people working from home some of the week, and are there any statistics on that? Because that will come up in a future report.
Yes, thanks for the question. This has been something that I've been trying to get a better handle on. And essentially, the short answer is we won't have a really clear picture until we get another couple of years of kind of post-COVID, what longer term things are we seeing. However, in saying that, we're seeing, and it's in line with the national trend of declining petrol use, so that seems to be have begun pre-COVID and has continued through to today, basically. So the exact reasons of that is going to be a whole mix of things, and I was talking to a professor yesterday to see if they had any firmer sort of quantifiable figures of what's leading to what quantum of change, but essentially we're seeing longer term shifts in terms of people working from home is probably one component. We are seeing some active modes, so in terms of a shift towards more active modes, so the most recent workplace travel plan surveys that have been done for the hospital, the university and ourselves show more people are biking to work, and particularly e-bikes coming through. And more people carpooling, and for some of those employers, more people catching the bus particularly to the university and hospital. And we've seen bus patronage hold up in spite of all of the disruptions that have happened to the buses as well. In terms of the fleet makeup, essentially the exact effect of EVs is still it's because it's a small component of the fleet still, but it's rapidly growing. It may take a couple of years for that to come through, but we're also seeing more efficient vehicles coming in. So when we look at hybrids, they're one of the most imported things in terms of new second-hand vehicles imported into the country. It's just hard to exactly quantify exactly how much those different various components make up until we have a more longer term data set.
So the workplace travel surveys, are these published? Is there any way that people can see them?
I would need to check with the person who coordinates them in terms of publishing them. I'm sure we can get a summary of results through on those numbers.
They're coordinated by Transport, so we would need to check with Transport.
We just need to check the basis on which we collected the data about how public it was. But there's no reason that if it was collected in a way that met privacy requirements that we couldn't aggregate it in some way.
My next question just relates around the development of the plan, which I have been on about for quite a long time. I see that there's some work being done on the communications, and I think Councillor Walker brought that up. We have a lot of our people, the community, coming to us and asking, where is our plan? We've had climate change marches, etc., etc. And I see that we've got, what page was it? The citywide emissions reduction plan development on page 53, and I really wanted some more information. Obviously it's due mid-2023, about what is the process to get to that plan and how are the community going to be involved. We have the Senior Climate Action Network. They came to Council Public Forum a little while ago and they're super interested, I think that they actually gave us a plan, on being involved. So I'd really like to know what is the process for the next 5 months to get us to the point where we actually have a plan that we can share with our community.
Thanks, Councillor. And we actually debated whether or not to have this as 3 separate boxes or 1 box. We have been working for some time on the plan development. It really kicked into earnest about October, but the pathways modelling has been underway for some time before that. So there are essentially 3 key streams to that work. One is the pathways modelling, which Rick has been leading, and that is well advanced and essentially responds to the targets that Council has set. That needs to be updated following this latest inventory. The new numbers need to be inserted into that. The engagement that we have been doing, we commenced in earnest in about October. So we've been having primarily individual conversations with stakeholders to understand needs and aspirations that are relevant to the plan. That will kick up a notch over the next couple of months as we seek to ensure that we have really robust input into things like long listing of actions to respond to what we need to achieve. The third aspect of the work is essentially internal. It's the DCC action component of that. So we are also kicking our internal engagement up another notch with internal teams and with related stakeholders, the likes of our suppliers around their emissions reduction intentions. So that's essentially the DCC emissions management and reduction plan piece, which is also separately reported, progress against which is separately reported here. So in answer to your question, there is a lot happening and there will be a lot more happening in the next couple of months. And as Chief Executive alluded to, I've been in conversation with her about how we bring the timing of how we bring some of that more detailed information to you as we progress it in the next couple of months.
So my next question is just around the Zero Carbon Alliance establishment, collaboration and liaison. So will they be, that's what the DCC, the ORC, Te Pukenga, Te Whatu Ora and the University of Otago, so will they be meeting very regularly to oversee this project? Sorry, I've forgotten how the governance works.
Yeah, so there's 2 levels at which the collaboration occurs. There's a group of staff who meet regularly, meet monthly to progress collaboration and liaison, and that has been happening. It's been happening for a long time informally, and now that we are formally constituted as of, I think, September, October sometime, that is now a formal meeting. We also have a collaboration group, which constitutes primarily general managers from each of the founding, or each of the members, and the first collaboration, that's called the collaboration group, and that collaboration group will be meeting for the first time in February.
I did ask at the time around, it seems like businesses are kind of missing from there. I mean, there's obviously government organisations, should we call them, and there's a lot of businesses. I see that the Business South have been doing quite a lot of work and really committed through to carbon zero. In fact, I think they want to be carbon positive. No, not carbon positive. Anyway, on the right side of the equation. And I just wonder how they're being included in these conversations for them and for all of the businesses through Dunedin.
So we have had some initial conversations with Business South, and that will be one of our priority focus areas over the next couple of months as we ramp up that engagement.
Great. Councillor Vandervis.
I've been seeing for many, many years now ratepayers' funds being channelled to produce zero carbon paperwork. On page 50 of this report, 5A, we have one of the completed bits of work was recruitment to achieve staffing levels required to effectively administer the work program. And then it goes on with at least half a dozen different further developments of zero carbon planning work. I'm wondering why it is that so many years and so much staff time is required to develop a zero carbon plan that I had understood had been done many years ago.
So I'll answer that, Councillor. So this council resolved to resource this work, and you can't get work done with no staff. And the work that the team have done, and you've seen from the presentations from both of them, is complex and wide-ranging. And finally now the foundations are in place for us to be starting to deliver a plan that will produce really clear outcomes. And even aside from that, the numbers show that at a citywide level we have made progress. And unless we are resourcing that progress, then you can't expect us to do the work.
My question, Chief Executive, was not whether you need any staff to do it. My understanding is that we've had staff to do it for 10 years now. My question was, why is it that we are basically getting ever more staff to achieve development of a plan that I'd understood had basically been developed quite some number of years ago. I understand that they keep wanting to update data, but what is it that requires these extra staffing levels to produce a plan that every other city in the country is probably producing, and that we could just simply cut and paste one of anyway?
We can't cut and paste a plan, councillor, and the work that Ms McTavish and the team have been doing. Would you mind turning your microphone? Sorry. The work Ms McTavish and her team have doing, and you will start to see the outcomes of that as we report through the committees, because the engagement plan we have with our community is specific to our community and to our environment. You can't just cut and paste. There are some things that work at a national level, but some things are very bespoke to the type of issues that we have in Otapoti.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you. As we've talked and asked questions, it's very clear as you read through the report that it's a very complex matter, and data is available accurately, or it's a work in progress in that regard. So my question is around that accuracy, and Councillor Walker asked a question around that. I just wanted to acknowledge that I understand it's a work in progress. As an example, I just wondered if you'd comment on page 88. In the very last paragraph, it talks about septic tank data, and it makes the statement it has been assumed to be unchanged since there was no reported change in emissions from the source. And I was wondering, in that particular example, would you look at things like resource consents, or is it possible that more efficient septic tank systems are put in place, those kind of things? And I understand it's a work in progress, but I think in terms of when we get to communicating with the community, the complexity and the accuracy becoming more accurate as time goes on is quite an important point.
Thank you, Councillor. I agree in terms of the need to improve the accuracy. In terms of the septic tank data specifically, and I also want to thank the wider teams through DCC that have assisted in terms of provision of data, particularly the waste teams and the Three Waters teams, who have helped with this work. And so we did explore, for example, looking at the consents data, which would tell you about septic tanks which have been consented, but may not necessarily tell you about the historical ones. So it's about trying to get that full, complete picture. And in some of these areas, we have to do an assessment of materiality in terms of that citywide picture as to how far down the rabbit hole do we go in terms of the diminishing returns that we might get. But in all of these areas, we identify each time we do these things, what are the things that we would like to get more data on in the future? How can we start to build that into business as usual so it doesn't become a whole exercise the following time, and we can get more efficient with it.
Thank you. I guess I'm just wanting reassurance, and I'm sure you'll be able to give it to me, but I just want to check in with you that it's getting easier to access accurate data as we go through each year. That's what I think I've observed, but I just wanted you to comment on that if you would.
It is, Councillor, for the most part. It would be fair to say that there are some data sets that are difficult for the council to gain access to because they sit within the private sector. And we work with the university, we work with our supplier, we work collaboratively across the organisation and with the Otago Regional Council and others to get the best granularity of data that we can at any given time. And we specifically focus on improving the data in areas that are of greatest materiality. So we've put quite a lot of emphasis on improving transport data, hence the work on cruise ship emissions. We're meeting with the port actually this afternoon to talk about that space. So there is work going in, but we are emphasising the transport sector in particular, to try to get a better handle on that, because that's where we need to be targeting our actions.
Excellent, thank you. I'm reassured.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I've got a question around forestry. Is that essentially Dunedin's greatest asset when it comes to trying to meet our 2030 goals?
It's certainly very helpful that Dunedin has a large land area and that a significant proportion of that is covered in trees. Yeah.
And then one of our other great assets is the agricultural industry that runs through Dunedin. And I see here at times, and I note on page 57 and paragraph 19, talking about the agricultural emissions. And I think I struggle with some of the reporting that we receive, and I see it's noted the fact of the agriculture aspect, in that I'm sort of finding and frustrated with the fact that we're not valuing farming for what it is across the city and the importance it has. And what I've sort of heard from Mr. Swan earlier was, the increasing forestry is a positive action for the city, but if we're increasing forestry at the cost of agriculture, I actually find that a very difficult discussion to have.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think there are certainly challenges when it comes to balancing the varying needs and ambitions of our community and achieving emissions reduction goals. When we brought guiding principles to you for sign-off and Council endorsed them, the clear signal that we received from those guiding principles was that you want a plan that considers and responds to all of the well-beings, so considers those trade-offs very carefully, and that you want to focus on gross emissions reduction so that there is not such a reliance on the need to plant trees. And that is that's the direction that staff are focused on and responding to. And it is in line with the direction that other major metros are also taking. For them, the challenge is perhaps more stark because they don't have the land area.
So I get, and you covered it off, and that was the direction the council took, so I'll work through that process later on. But the part that comparing apples to apples, pears to pears, in the sense of what goes on, we probably, in one regards, focus on the industry of the city, and when we look at the stationary energy, transportation, waste, IPPU, and leaving agriculture off, it would be a far better measure going forward.
So I guess in terms of Council's direction, the zero carbon target is in two parts. There's a net position that is sought for all gases other than biogenic methane, and Council has sought to, or has decided to align with the central government on biogenic methane. A significant proportion of that biogenic methane sits within the agricultural sector. So it is not that we are not focused on or not seeking to work with that sector to achieve emissions reduction. It is simply that in terms of the relative priority for this initial plan, in seeking to respond to that council direction, transport, stationary energy in particular, are the two sectors that are most likely to need emphasis if we are to achieve that two-part target.
Great. I have a question before we start on round two, and that is on page 93. There, item 7 is a discussion of decoupling. What, if any, work are we doing on decoupling?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so we've seen this come through that GDP growth continues and is decoupling from emissions growth, which is a positive thing. It suggests that we are starting to have a lower carbon economy and producing economic return without associated emissions. So a component of the zero carbon plan does focus on how do we foster and help build that zero carbon economy. How do we look at how we can have high paying jobs in low carbon exports and things like that as well. So that is a big component of the work that we're doing that will cut across all of those other sectors as well, hopefully. So that's certainly a focus for us.
Great, thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I just want to follow up on Councillor Gary's questions, which you partially answered, saying you're meeting with the port. The current Zero Carbon Coalition is University, Polytech, etc. I think it's fair to say that they don't have much, that while they will influence transport, they're not the major players in transport. What are we doing with Transport in New Zealand, which is the truck, Independent Truck Owners Association, Kiwi Rail, Airline Association and Waka Kotahi, in terms of, again, an integrated response to the transport?
Thanks, Councillor. So, absolutely right. Integrated is the word. We are working with our transport team, basically through our transport team, and seeking to support their business case work and augment it where we need to. That has involved conversations with Kiwi Rail and Waka Kotahi, and indeed with our Zero Carbon Alliance partners as well. And we are separately engaging with the port. So it would be fair to say that with the complexity of the NLTP and RLTP and RNIT processes, there's a lot to work through, and that is why we've sought to build off those existing relationships and work programs, and to add to them in collaboration with the transport team where possible, rather than separately building things off the side, essentially.
I'm actually specifically bringing up Transport in New Zealand because diesel and freight are probably the biggest footprint in that whole transport thing. And I guess my question would be, if we're not communicating with them, how are we going to get them in the tent?
It's a great question, Councillor, and we have not yet engaged with Transport in New Zealand, but we'll take that on board and seek to build that into our work program.
They are actually attending the RTCs now, so that's quite good.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for such comprehensive answers to some difficult questions. I have a couple of questions that have just emanated from the first round. And I guess the first one goes back to Councillor Wiley's question around that sort of tension between agriculture and forestry. Wouldn't it be fair to assume that there are protections well written into the current district plan and obviously the recently released National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land?
Yes, and one of the things that I'm hoping to get out of the sequestration study that I mentioned is to look at to use that to help inform future spatial planning. So we're making the best use out of the land in the best areas and not having those negative consequences for the community that can exist when that we've seen in other parts of the country. So hopefully that will help do that in a planned way.
I think it's probably also maybe reassuring for the council to hear that we are engaging with some people from the agricultural sector. We met with Silverfern Farms Sustainability Manager recently and others. So the dialogue is open. Yeah.
And the second question is, you've mentioned a number of times that you, in terms of getting, great word, granularity on point, that you have to meet with Port Otago, OSC, blah, blah, blah. Are they easy to get, those meetings? And is there buy-in? I'm particularly interested from Port Otago, for example.
Yeah, I mean, everyone, I think, appreciates the need to decarbonise the city, and Port Otago, for example, are measuring and managing down their emissions at an organisational level. So they are engaged in the kaupapa. People are really busy. That is definitely a thing. And, COVID and all sorts of things are definitely still live. So we've been working through that, and stakeholders are very open to engaging when we can get in the room. Yeah.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Oh, this is a marathon today. The two of you have done extremely well. I can't believe how long this has gone on. But I thought, oh, well, I'll add something. I went probably about a year ago to an Institute of Directors talk about emissions reductions in the power companies and industries like that. And that was being enforced by the government. Is that something that in our planning we're looking at, that some of these industries that are an issue for us will probably be, enforced, have carbon targets enforced on them? Is that the case? And do we know, when or and who possibly that might happen?
Yes, so the central government has a carbon neutral government program that has a range of focus areas, including fleet, decarbonisation of fleet, decarbonisation of buildings, so new buildings that are going up in particular, and decarbonisation particularly of coal, so getting coal boilers changed over. The aspiration as a sector is to be net neutral by 2025. Yes. A proportion of that will be offsetting. So they are also doing work on offsetting, which is also relevant to our work streams. However, the most relevant piece of work that we are immediately connected with, other than through our Zero Carbon Alliance, some of whom are public sector and linked in to those directives, the most relevant piece of work is one that Rick referred to earlier, the ECA Regional Energy Transition Accelerator workstream, which is being progressed by ECA, and that is looking to match up the transition needs of large energy entities, some of which are public sector, schools and the likes, with our ability locally to match that with renewable energy solutions. So that looks like biomass or electricity primarily. So it's a really great piece of work to link up those two needs across the sector, and it's wonderful because it takes something off our work program. So we're very linked into that work, and it's well aligned. The outputs are well aligned with the timing of our plan. Because
our dates are different to the government's, because the government's, I think, 2050, isn't it? We're 2030, is that right? I think somewhere around there.
That is correct for the overall net position for the country. What I'm referring to is the central government's public sector program, which is seeking to achieve net neutrality by 2025. So in many ways that
sits well for us.
Well, it does sit well for us, and certainly in a city that is dominated by public sector institutions, it is highly relevant, particularly for our Zero Carbon Alliance partners.
Yes, but because we've got this time difference, do we have to be proactive in our initiatives to try to get others on board because we're slightly different? Is that more an emphasis for us?
So I guess that comes back to my response to Councillor Wiley's question. When we look at our target, we have a biogenic methane target which is aligned with the government. So our assumption is that government policies, as interpreted locally probably by the ORC and other players, will or should land that target. The piece that is faster than the government's overall target is that net position. That being said, we are well positioned relative to other cities because of our land mass and our existing forestry cover in relation to that net piece. So we are better positioned than other cities to achieve a net position faster.
Picking up on what Councillor Barker said earlier around the businesses, is there any fund or anything we could apply to, or some sort of, I don't know, government support to perhaps offer incentives to businesses to get on board, now, because obviously the business is different, as we're aware, so they might think they could take a bit longer, but our targets are different. Is there any way we can, I'm just thinking, to try to make it more encouraging, if there's incentives or something we could offer businesses, because we can't demand they do it, but so we've got to try and get them on board somehow.
Yes, correct. And there are existing central government pools of funding that are available, particularly for large emissions or entities that produce large quantities of emissions. And those are linked in, most of them are now linked into the likes of those ECA programs. Where the need, talking to Business South, where they see the need, and it's reflected in the conversations that we have with others, is in the SME space, where there is no capacity for a lot of those entities to have a sustainability specialist on board, or to be linked into some of those funding pools, have easy access to them, or know even that they exist. So the conversations that we are having through zero carbon development with the likes of Business South are, how do we push supports around our SMEs to better link them with funding, but even just basically to help them understand the emissions footprint and understand where the opportunities lie.
Because we did have a mentoring system, but I think it was targeted solely at tourism businesses to help them achieve and walk with them on their journey to carbon neutral, as I understand it, but not many people took that up. Is that something we could look at again and have it a wider spread? Because to me, if we go on that journey with them and give them that support, because a lot of businesses, I think, want to be able to achieve it, because it makes sense. People are looking for businesses that can say they are carbon neutral, particularly internationally. Is, you know, to be able to walk with them, we probably need more, dare I say, more staff to support that. But we, you know, that seems a double benefit for businesses and for us if we did something like that.
So we're looking at models that are employed across, well, in a number of places. Deep South have been running a program of that nature for some time. We've talked with ED about the tourism pilot that they ran using that money from central government and what they learnt from that. We're definitely looking at the range of options that exist in that area, and that will come through to you as part of the plan development, or in the next phase of conversations that we have with you anyway.
Thank you. Once again, I mean, I say this every time, but because traffic
Is there a question there?
Yes, there is such a, you know, uses a lot of emissions. What have we got in the plans, you know, or to market and to promote that, you know, and key messages around different options of transport modes to the people, you know, to the public, to talk to them about getting that messaging out, because that's something I say all the time, but I'm not seeing it, you know, around car sharing, around, the buses have been a nightmare, quite frankly, but anyway, you know, some sort of public transport. I suppose it's difficult trying to promote buses when they're not even there, but...
Yeah, so communications to the public around transport options are led by the transport team, and they'll be much better positioned to answer questions in relation to the existing suite of initiatives and the detail of that. But it would be fair to say that communication generally about low emissions options and how we get that information out to the public is within scope for what we're considering as part of zero carbon plan stuff.
Yeah, it has to be, doesn't it? Thank you.
Very good. Now, Councillor Walker has indicated he will put the motion, so we'll move the resolution. Do we have a second?
Happy to second.
Councillor O'Malley? Oh, Councillor Gary. Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. Councillor, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, will do. Thank you. And thanks to the team. Yeah, thanks Jinty and Rick and the whole sustainability team actually for another, we'll all agree, an excellent update report. And for me, after so many council resolutions over the years, I think it's great to see this work coming together in a tangible way. And in the report, the list of work completed last year, actually 2021-22 financial year, is a testament, I think, to the consistent level of commitment that seems to emanate from the sustainability group. And answers to questions from Councillor O'Malley and around forestry, and answers in general speak to the professionalism and knowledge of the team. And I don't think whatever your views on climate change are, we can all agree on that. I'm actually particularly pleased around the recruitment part of the report, and I'm pleased that it's at a level, and I've asked questions about this in the past of the team. I'm glad it's at a level that we now have the staff required to effectively administer the work programme, and I hope that it's, if it's ever not the case, that they indicate to us and that we're encouraged to resource it, because I think fighting a climate crisis shouldn't be hampered by under-resourcing. It's simply too important. This motion, of course, is only around noting the Zero Carbon Work Programme update, but it would be remiss of me, I think, not to briefly focus on the Dunedin Community Carbon Footprint Update. The latest ACOM footprint update allows us to see up-to-date data for all years, which is refreshing, and it allows us to see like-for-like comparisons for the first time, and that was a problem previously. And while they caution that there is inherent uncertainty in estimating emissions, having consistent methodology and data sources between years allows for assessing trends and changes over the years. And again, that's really invaluable as we move forward into an ever more uncertain climate future. And you'll have all have read, and I think the ODT have highlighted it, between 2018-19 and 21-22, Dunedin's total gross emissions have decreased by 9%, and the total net emissions have decreased by 21%. And Dunedin's total net emissions, excluding biogenic methane, decreased by 40%. And I don't think the inherent uncertainty in estimating emissions that I've just mentioned should undermine the results, even though there is that's why I asked the question around that plus minus 27% on the net emissions. So I think we should celebrate the first results and absolutely make sure that we don't take our foot off of the pedal in terms of moving ambitiously towards our 2030 citywide emission reduction targets. We simply cannot afford to, and we need look no further than what's happening as we speak in Coromandel and Auckland to understand why. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Yes, a wake-up call in Auckland, and on last night's 10:30 television news, a climate scientist said we can directly attribute the catastrophe in Auckland to climate change, and he emphasised the importance of working towards zero carbon situation. So if any of you are in any doubt about the importance of this work, that doubt should be taken away by that event. So I want to start by thanking staff for this extremely complex and detailed and thorough report. The data we have available to us improves all the time. It was a challenge and has been a challenge in the past as these pieces of work have progressed, but certainly we now have some really accurate, I believe, comparisons at a high level. I note the comments around incentives, and I just wanted to comment that the incentive to doing this work, be it business or whatever, is to avoid the catastrophe at a high level, avoid the catastrophe we're seeing right now. And so if there was any better incentive, I can't think of one. There's much that's difficult about this work, and here we have development of the framework, we have talk about embedding and work on embedding practices, and we now have benchmarks, and it's great to see the decrease in some of the emissions, although I don't believe we can rest on our laurels at all, because COVID showed us what is possible, but we have a lot of work to do. Transport and stationary energy have been a focus for this organisation and for this city. If we were thinking about key messages, well, the key message that I've taken on board is when I come to vote for transport initiatives, I know how I will vote, notwithstanding the debate, because it's very clear. And I want to remind colleagues, when we do have matters in front of us on, for example, in the transport sphere, that is where you can make a difference with your vote. So please don't lose sight of that. An excellent report, we're noting it, and I'm fully supportive of the work being done.
Councillor Vandervis.
The idea that we can celebrate the data showing reduced emissions through COVID is simply to celebrate us being shut up in our homes, not being able to travel as we used to, being caught up in MIQ. There were any number of shutdown transport options and businesses that fully account, I believe, for the emissions reductions that we have recently seen in the last couple of years. Prior to that, we have seen a steady increase in emissions of CO2, and for 10 years now the DCC has been putting significant amounts of work into CO2 reduction and zero carbon plans that I can see no actual effect from, other than creating a massive database, which the government is doing anyway, and we seem simply to be duplicating a lot of this work with some fanciful idea that Dunedin can somehow be a world leader or a city leader in decarbonisation. Much in all, I appreciate the sincerity of the people doing this work, and that they think it has real value. As a ratepayers representative, and I look at the costs, and I look at the number of pages that keep getting produced, and then I look at the actual effects, the actual actions that could reduce CO2, I simply don't see any correlation at all. If you want to reduce CO2, you shut down industry and you shut down agriculture. And you can do that. You can turn Dunedin into nothing but a service industry of bureaucrats. But in that case, you'll simply be importing your food and importing your industrial outputs from other countries who will probably produce those things in a more carbon negative way than we would. I think that what we need to do is leave it to the central government to make the decisions that will actually make a difference. Get them to stop using coal, for instance, for generating electricity at Huntly, and get them back onto using gas, which is a much better idea. That's a recent government big fail, I think, if you want to look at something that actually really would make a difference. I'm concerned that most of what we do here will make absolutely no difference at all, and that we're kidding ourselves into thinking that the carbon emissions over the last couple of years are as a result of any of this work. They're simply a result of decreased transportation and industrial activity through COVID. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think starting with, I acknowledge this is mostly just receiving the report from ACOM and the update of where we've been going with the Carbon Zero program, but I do want to comment on where we are heading with the program. I know this is a complex issue, and it's important to understand what we're looking at before we overcommit to activities, but that doesn't preclude you doing activities now which you know will have an impact. And I guess my frustration with the council's approach to this so far has been the level of caution with which we're moving forward with action. And I think there are some things that we could act on now that would actually be given effect to where we're going, that wouldn't in any way undermine what we want to do later if we found that there were slight changes in where we wanted to put our emphasis. I do actually tend to agree with Councillor Vandervis that probably much of this reduction that we are seeing was external to our own activities, whether it was COVID or whether it was natural electrification of the fleet because of the switchover of vehicles and other such things. So I would be looking to see some reporting that actually indicates what is our action that is different from just simply passive movement going on in the background while we have been doing this work. The planetary effects of carbon emission CO2 levels doesn't care whether the CO2 levels have gone down due to either reductions of emissions or sequestration. And I acknowledge staff's statement that the council did adopt a policy, but it was, as we often find at council meetings, difficult to model something if you're getting a paper in front of you and you get a do you adopt or do you not adopt. And I really want to look at sequestration here. We don't have any control really over the marine impact of our export products, And I would agree with Councillor Van Levis, it would be counterintuitive to simply shut down exports to hit an outcome. So if we can't control it, but we're going to put it into our inventory, then shouldn't that be something we would consider under sequestration? Because that's an activity we can control, and then we can do the offset. Because our agreement or our obligation to ourselves and to the young people who come to the Octagon every year to remind us is to get CO2 emissions down. And we shouldn't be worrying about whether or not it's inside or outside of our district. The idea that we have an advantage because we have a large rural area, does that mean that if City Forest plants in the Clutha district, we can't account for that? That wouldn't make much sense. So we need to have a very holistic, and I would say pretty aggressive, and I mean in this way, go forward at it hard, approach to this. So I've said it before, and I repeat again, I'm looking for when this is going to turn into actions that we can say these are our actions. I think we've done enough analysis, and ultimately this analysis has shown us the same players as the previous two. So I would say I don't really want to see a fourth one, except in the way, and I agree with Councillor Walker, measuring our progress against the things that we said we're going to progress. And then also I'd like to see it petitioned into these are things that happened anyway, and these are the things that we did. And that then relates to my request that briefings in the future not just include ELT, but also the deputy chairs and the chairs of the relevant committees that sit over the departments of council that are going to have to execute plans to meet this. Because it is a better environment to go through the nuances of what we are and aren't doing in those briefings and then bring them here for the decision-making process than it is to sit in these meetings and then from this position, understanding orders and all the limitations that give, to give the feedback as to where we are going. So my overall statement to staff is thank you very much for the report, and I completely acknowledged your desire to achieve a good outcome here, and it is aligned to my own personal views and as a councillor and as a person watching the planet burn around us. But we need to start really acting. We need to take that carbon neutral 2030 target seriously. We cannot say it's an aspirational goal. We cannot say it's outside of our control here, there and there. We have to say we're going to hit it, and these are how we're going to hit it, and it will be a combination of reduction and sequestration. It has to be, because we're not going to do it with one or the other, and we're certainly not going to do it if we give one up for the idea of going with the other. In the last 20 seconds, I do love that clock, by the way, partners. We've seen transport as a massive component of this, and our partners that we're dealing with now are the ones that we like to deal with all the time. They're our very familiar partners, but we have to develop some new ones, because if we don't get the transport people together, we're ignoring one of our biggest targets. 4 seconds to go.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I mean, anyone needs to, if they're concerned about climate change, just look at the news and what's happening in Auckland. I mean, that instant flooding all over the city, it's horrendous. It's like the world's ending, the visuals we're getting. So, I mean, climate change is here and it's now, and it's happening in our country, and our city's not going to be immune to it either. So at the moment, obviously, we've got lovely weather, but, it doesn't mean it can't happen here. What I would actually like to see, and don't get me wrong, I think the staff who came here took a lot of questions, and it was a very detailed report. However, we've had a lot of these reports, and I would like to see when we get a report at the bottom of it, so this is not just a carbon zero report, any report we get, to have on the bottom what are the implications for carbon emissions. Imagine if we could sit there and make a decision and say, okay, this is a transport one, or this is a bylaw on dogs, or this is, you know what I mean? And they were able to say, right, okay, if you make this decision, these are the implications and the impact on our carbon emission targets. How good would that be? And I don't know if that's even possible, but that's the detail I think would be really good for us to have, because otherwise we really don't know what we're doing. And I 100% agree with Councillor Van der Vis that a lot of these things probably are benefited by the fact that hardly anyone was driving a car for months, so more than months, over COVID. So that's had an impact. But we need to see more detail, in my opinion. And I say it every time, but I'm going to say it again. I think we need more messaging around, encouraging people to use different modes of transport. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
I share Councillor O'Malley's brilliant summary, so it covered pretty much all of my points, but I do want to say it's good to see that we have committed to it, that we have got the staff and the foundations in place to finally make a plan. And in 5 months' time, I expect to see a plan in front of us that our community is bought into, so we are engaging with our community. That's what I asked specifically if businesses are included. We see scattered pockets of people doing climate work, but we don't actually have a coordinated plan. In a city, we need to lead this. I'm pleased that as a city that we have an internal plan and we're addressing some of the things that we can impact, but we actually are supposed to be the leaders on this, and we've heard our community ask many times climate action now, so we need to get on to that. Just a detail, I did ask a few questions about some of the stats, and we talk about the COVID blip affecting the results, which I certainly believe in. That's why I ask questions on the data. People working from home, that has other impacts on our economic activity as well, and also if there is travel mode shift. We actually need to understand if that is happening and if anything we do. So good measurement is important. We need to understand what we can influence and then how we can change it, and also how our community and Councillor Hurland's been very clear on that, about how we, market and message to our community so they can understand the easy changes. I was part of the tourism group that went along for the Carbon Zero workshop, so in the end of it my brain was scrambled and it looked too hard to do. So we need to make it easy for people to commit to climate change. Thank you.
For myself, before coming back to Councillor Walker for his right of reply, I think I agree with Councillor O'Malley that the critical thing we need is activity in the way of carbon reduction in the first place, emissions reduction. And I note that in the European Union, they've stopped counting offsets now in order to measure it. They are looking solely at reduction of emissions. And so I think, actual activity to reduce our emissions is what is going to count in the end, because, we are blessed with the ability to offset with sequestration, but I think, making definite actual steps that actually make it convenient and easy for people to engage with emission reduction, I think is where we should be heading, and I look forward to seeing a plan to that end. Your right of reply, Councillor.
Thank you. I'll keep it really brief because we have a long day and my stomach's rumbling. Just in response to a few people, Councillor Gary, I agree with your sentiments. Councillor Van der Vis, I disagree with you actually. I think we can, in fact, be a city and world leader. Actually, I think we should aspire to be so. I've always thought we should be a city that others knock on the door to see how we did things. And I think, thankfully, most members around this table will probably agree with that sentiment. Otherwise, I guess we might as well just give up, pack away any hope, and accept an ever-increasing set of climate disasters. Councillor O'Malley, as ever, very fulsome answer, and I agree with your sentiments. And don't get me wrong, I do feel some of your frustrations, but I urge you to stick with what I and you actually know is a stellar sustainability group. And Councillor Barker, I assume I'm not wrong in thinking in 5 months' time you'll be knocking on the door of the sustainability group for an update. Thank you.
Very good. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Division. Righto.
Councillor Ackland. Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lefiso. Aye. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhew.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Van der Vis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weather.
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Thank you. And on that note, I move we adjourn for lunch. To have a seconder? Councillor, I have to go, Councillor Hillhead. And so all those in favour? No one against, I hope. And can we manage by 12:30 to come back? Let's aim to 12:30. Item number 14, the financial results for the period. So I'd like to invite Mr. Logie to the stand, and we're taking this item out of order due to having the pleasure of Mr. Logie's company for now. So we'll do it while he's here. Thank you. It's great to see you.
Thank you for indulging me.
And yeah, look, it's our pleasure. Now, firstly, do you have any comments to make, or are we happy to take questions?
It's just a follow on from the October result. Obviously, the CapEx delivery continues to be running ahead of budget, and we have just actually completed the December numbers, and we've gone over $100 million for the first 6 months of the year, which is a big first for this council. But happy to take questions on the substantive report.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Logie. Do we have any questions? Councillor Vandevers.
As you've just referenced, and it's on page 199 of our agenda, the item line 10, capital expenditure for the period, 125% of the year-to-date budget. I think that's got to be a first for the DCC. Does it represent a potential problem in terms of being able to finance, and can we do this sustainably?
So that'll be a question for councillors when we start looking at the annual plan for 23-24 in terms of the amount of CapEx that we can afford to spend in light of the environment that we're in terms of debt and interest.
What I would say, councillor, if I could just add to that, is my expectation is that come the end of this financial year, we will be closer to budget. So I think that we will see a lessening in the next 6 months, albeit I suspect we will be over budget, albeit.
So we'll still be over budget, but not by so much. Not by 25% anyway.
No, my expectation is that just with timing and various projects that are coming to an end, you will see it start to track closer to budget by the time we get to June.
Sorry, if we go to the year-to-date operating surplus, we've got a plunging red line there. Is that expected to continue to plunge, or is that going to level off?
Again, I believe that was canvassed when the October report was discussed, so that's to do with the depreciation in Three Waters. So I guess, yes, that will continue to go down.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just really to follow up on that. But when you have a increased capital expenditure like that, it'll be a combination of increased expenses and increased delivery. But it is primarily increased delivery, right? Even though there is increased expenses coming in the background as well.
It would be fair to say, if you look around town, how much work's getting done on the network, both transport and Three Waters, it would be fair to say there's a fair bit of delivery going on. And again, it's a sign of our maturity in terms of our good contractor relationships, that we're able to actually have packages of work that we can just put into the market.
Do we have any further questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Logie. So, would someone like to put the motion? Move the motion, yes, move the motion. That's where I was looking at, Councillor Vandevers, the chair of the committee. A seconder, we have a seconder for that. Thank you. Councillor Lucas, would you like to speak to that, Councillor?
Just very briefly, I'm very happy that we have a complete and accurate set of figures put in front of us here, and that some of these figures are different to what we've had traditionally, especially the 125% of capital expenditure against budget. I'm happy to move this motion on the basis that I think that this is quite accurate and does give us a good picture of what's going on, but would like to add that the level of capital expenditure that we've had, and it's not just the level of capital expenditure I think that needs to be looked at, we also need to look at our level of operational expenditure, is not something that we can continue at these levels going into the future, especially with interest rates rising the way they are. So I'm very happy that this is an accurate report of the financial result, but I think that there's some serious red flags here and that we need to take note of them.
Any speakers? Any further speakers? Okay, so I'm sure there's no need for a right of reply, so I'm now going to put the motion. All those, that we note the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next item will be item number 9, which is under supplementary agenda, which is the letter of expectation for Dunedin City Holdings Limited. Now, do we have somebody who's going to speak to it? Me. Okay, the Chief will speak to that.
So thank you, councillors. There's one line that has been omitted that I can see from this letter of expectation, and I'll just read it to you. Staff have just emailed it to me, and it's the line that says the companies are required, where possible and appropriate, to align with council and follow council-wide policies.
What page would that be on?
Well, it's not in here, and that's the thing. It would go into the overarching one, so probably into paragraph 7 or into paragraph 13 in the drafting, and it would read something like, will ensure group-wide policies are put in place where appropriate, and those policies are aligned with those of council and related guidelines established by the Auditor General. So that's from the previous letter. It was missed out. That's the only thing I'd add that I would suggest council include, because that ensures compliance with waste minimisation, for example, and various of the other council policies. There is already a resolution that allows me to make necessary changes, and so if council agrees that they would like that added in, that would just be added in as part of that process.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that update, Chief, because it makes, I guess, my question moot, but I'll ask it anyway. You've even alluded to it, and when I read through this, I was concerned there was nothing around waste minimisation and adhering to our plan of 2020, so that what you've just stated will cover that and put that obligation onto the companies.
Correct.
Fantastic, thank you.
Do we have any further questions of the report? Does anyone want to move the resolution? Deputy Mayor Barker, seconded by Councillor Vandevers. Would you like to speak to that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really happy to see the letter of expectations. This is the start of the process of negotiating with Dunedin City Holdings, and it's good to see that there's a very strong expectation of dividends in there. And the letter's pretty similar to the last letter that we sent in the year before, but it's good to be actually getting some good structure around this. I hope that we're able to do it a little bit earlier this year, because obviously DCHL send their letters of expectation to their companies, our companies, their companies, late in the end of the year. So it'd be good to get those processes really aligned. Thanks.
Speakers? Councillor Vandevers.
We are the shareholder, and we haven't had a dividend since 2015, and we know that there have been some very good reasons for that. There was a very long period of basically deferred maintenance in Aurora, but there were also some issues elsewhere as well, particularly Delta, and some of those issues have been dealt with, some of them are still being dealt with, but after 7 years of not having had a direct dividend and only having had the interest payment, I think it's well overdue that we get this modest request for a dividend, and that it recognises that this report recognises that we will be looking forward in later years to actually having a real commercial dividend from the really commercial companies that we have, namely Aurora, City Forests and Delta. So I'm very pleased that we are taking this fairly significant step in what I consider to be the right direction, and that the onus really now is on the directors to ensure that we get not just the dividend, but that we also that they also meet the other requirements that we have of them in terms of climate change, in terms of social expectations, and that we have in the Deloitte report really quite a solid, independent view that all of this is achievable and that it's been well researched. So I'm very pleased to have this paper in front of us, and look forward to seeing the companies get into a new era that gives us as shareholders what we have long gone without.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And it does happen, I agree fully with the previous speaker, Councillor Van der Vis, around the dividends and actually the climate change stuff that's in here. And I'm glad that I've had an assurance now that a subject I've addressed a number of times around at this table around us asking the general public to do their bit around waste minimisation and us being a bit lax. I think we need to be tightening up in that area, particularly with regard to our waste minimisation and management plan 2020. And I'll read directly from that. It says the DCC has an important role in minimising waste. It's also important that the DCC, and I've added this, and by extension as CCOs, practices the waste minimisation behaviour it espouses in the plan. So let's hope that this gives power for particularly the stadium to go ahead and attract people here, have large gigs, but not leave us all crunching over hundreds of tons of plastic cups when we leave the stadium. Thank you.
No more speakers. Would you like to exercise your right of reply? In that case, I'll put the motion as on the screen in front of you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And next on the list is item number 10, a submission to the 2022 local elections inquiry. I welcome Ms. Requira and Ms. Sullivan to the table. Do you have anything to say in advance? Okay. Do we have any questions of the report? Councillor Gary.
Thank you for the report. I was wondering why and forgive me if I haven't got the pronunciation right, Taituara submissions that we got sent latterly, that the method of voting wasn't commented on.
I think it has. I think the board considered whether that was a political matter that the board of Taituara did not, but the board is still finalising their submission, so it may be something that they add.
So has there been quite a lot of discussion about the shortcomings of the postal voting system in the discussions to get to that point, and here in terms of this submission as well?
Certainly, as a group of electoral officers, it was considered as part of our debrief that we do every 3 years. The Taituara works with New Zealand Post throughout the 3-yearly cycle, and we are aware of the shortcomings and regularly talk to Post about what they can do to increase the supply.
I guess my follow-up question would be, is there an awareness of the conversations in the community about New Zealand Post or not, put that aside for a moment, that this is just no longer a viable method of voting and an obstacle to people doing so?
Certainly through the people that attended the electoral office and either gave us their voting papers or contacted us, were aware of anecdotal information, but also the wider issue of people not receiving mail anymore and not knowing remembering to check their letterbox and actually what do you actually do. So yeah, that's an issue as well. So it's certainly something that we can address in education as well.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Vandevers.
In this report, it talks about the DCC still having a significant role in the administration of the voting process. And on page 121, it talks about local government's extensive knowledge of their communities can be an advantage when promoting participation in elections. Given this, the statement may or may not be the case, are there any other really good reasons why our local government should be involved in what is a central government mandated and supervised election process?
Well, currently it is something that local government manage, and each council manages it through its own council and its its contracted provisions. And each council, the way each council is organised is different, so it's not a one-size-fits-all as it is with the national elections. Council, as we said in the submission, councils have wards or at large. Some councils have community boards, some don't. So every council's arrangements are different. But there's certainly, Tai Tuara has been talking to and will continue to talk with central government and LGNZ and the Electoral Commission and the provision and how we can make any changes that we can.
So how does the potential for conflict of interest of having local government conduct aspects of the local election, how do those conflicts of interest be justified in terms of doing it locally rather than having a contractor doing the whole lot?
I'm not sure that there are. I've never known any conflicts of interest. I mean, we work with the providers, which is not just our election provider, but it's also New Zealand Post and Datamail and the printing company that gets the votes ready. I'm not aware of any conflicts of interest in that. It's certainly something that all parties have input into in terms of ensuring a smooth running of the elections.
In terms of conflict of interest, the ex-chief executive, Bidrose, it was confirmed in a court case actually that she was concerned about a particular individual becoming the mayor, and yet she was also quite deeply involved in the electoral process and the movement of votes up to Christchurch, etc. Do you not see that as a potential area where there could be conflict of interest?
No, I'll answer that. Sorry, the microphone, Councillor. Look, all I can comment on is my involvement as Chief Executive, I think. And so I played no role in the election apart from my statutory role, which was to encourage participation. I was scrupulous in not being involved, and I think in this forum it is not reasonable to discuss the former Chief Executive without her having an ability to respond, and I can't respond on her behalf.
I'll go to the next issue then, and that is item 20, which says, and I think we could agree, research supports the view that STV promotes greater diversity of elected representatives. I mean, I agree, I think STV does promote greater diversity, but I wonder at what expense, if you're promoting diversity, are you not at the same time losing some degree of majority representation?
I can't comment on that. The council made a decision to support STV for this election.
Excuse me, I'm booked to speak at public forum. This meeting's supposed to start at 1 o'clock and it's not 1 o'clock yet. What's going on? You know I'm booked to speak.
We'll have an adjournment for 5 minutes. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Deputy Mayor Barker. All those in favour say aye. Very good. forum speaker has arrived at 1 o'clock rather than 10 o'clock. And so with the leave of the meeting after this particular item is concluded, then I suggest that we reconvene a public forum because the speaker is here now, and it's obvious to see that it's not that easy for that to happen on a regular basis. Therefore, it's better that we reconvene public forum and have that 5 minutes of discourse and questions after this agenda item. So is anyone against that? I think I was just seek the leave of the meeting and do that thereafter. Very good. So in the interim, if we may continue, I think you're in mid-question, Councillor Vandervis.
I think I've actually finished questions, and thank you for the responses, and look forward to speaking briefly to it after it's moved.
Next questioner, Councillor O'Malley.
Now I can't find it. It's the line. I just want to check the line. It says Taitura somewhere in it says that in one individual council there could be 100 different mechanisms of voting. Is it really that, or is it when you look at all the councils around the country, there's about 100 different ways in which a vote could go down? 17.
No, even with STV, our current system is that we have 13 different types of voting papers. Southland has 29. Auckland City has 21 wards and 21 community boards. So you could easily get to more than 100 just in a number of councils.
Oh, I thought the English was wrong. Okay, thanks.
Are there any further questions? No, thank you. So, does anyone want to move the resolution? Deputy Mayor Barker, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor O'Malley, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm comfortable with the submission. The most feedback that I got around the elections was people's frustrations with papers not arriving in time. I had friends in Sydney who were extremely frustrated because they didn't arrive, they couldn't get them back, so therefore they couldn't vote. People not having enough information on candidates, and then, of course, disengagement with the process. I think that we actually did better than previous times. I think it was 49% turnout, so it was really pleasing to see, and that leads on to the local council's knowledge of its people and knowing where to advertise and how to get people engaged in the process. I do agree, however, that I think central government should have the funding for promoting elections overall and trying to get people to vote, but I will go back to that localism matters, and I think that's one of the things that the councils have an advantage over. I certainly agree that government have the levers for civics education. I worked with Generation Vote leading up to that period and going and talking into schools about why you should vote, and I think that's a really important message, is to get young people voting and understanding what the effect that council has on them. When we live outside, we don't really care about council until we get our rates bill, but obviously we have a lot of effect on what happens, so it was really good going and talking to these young people, and I think that actually it's really hard to rely on the volunteers of Generation Vote, and it should be within education, and also investigating alternative voting options like the ability to do it online, which one would think would be useful in a modern world. Or the young people I know don't even check their mailboxes because they don't get mail and don't know how to post it. I agree that a single organisation like the Electoral Commission investigate and resolve complaints. I had a complaint due to some challenging behaviour during the election, and I tried to get in touch with the local office in the south, and there wasn't even a wet bus ticket there. It was really frustrating, and pretty bad. I think the DCC did excellent work with getting people to the election turnout, and I would like to see that happen locally. So in summary, I support this letter. I didn't think that there needed to be any changes to it. I was very pleased with it. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I'll be very brief because Councillor Barker's covered over most of the things I was going to talk about. I did chuckle a wee bit when I read number 6 about civic education in schools, because I thought civics education in the general populace wouldn't go amiss, actually. I really agree on the... government needs to get its finger out on multifaceted ways of voting. It's ridiculous in this day and age that we're dependent on young people who I questioned about posting that to return their voting forms didn't actually know where post boxes were. They've never used them. It's analogous to young people not going in banks anymore. So the sooner we get into it, I have nothing against postal voting, but I just think there should be a number of voting papers. So I support this submission and pretty much reflect everything Councillor Barker has just spoken about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I was delighted to see the amount of local knowledge we used, electoral officers used in terms of how to for people to access voting booths. I think we did that really well. We built on the previous election cycle and what worked and what didn't. So I think we definitely got that right. The nub of the problem we have, though, is twofold. One is the method of voting. And there has been discussion previously about online voting. It has its problems. There's the option of polling day and the postal voting. In my view, the postal voting aspect is really not an effective way for all the reasons that have been stated. And the long period over which you can vote is problematic as well because people forget. So I do think that is an area that central government needs to address and urgently. Civics education definitely is what we need to see, and like Councillor Barker, I too have been involved with Generation Vote, and they do an extraordinary job in engaging young people at a young age prior to voting age to understand some very basic elements of local government. And of course, the research tells us that the first time that someone votes, they're more likely to, if they vote the first time they're eligible to vote, they're more likely to carry on voting. If they don't vote that first time, less likely. And that's a really important point. So that group of senior students at schools is pivotal. So I think that is a key element, and I think the submission's strong and appropriate for the situation.
Councillor Hurhan.
Thank you. Yes, I wouldn't want to see the government take over running the local body elections. I don't think they have enough knowledge of local government. Their reforms and the ridiculous process with that shows that very clearly. The way that we've had, the future of local government come last, and that's what we're meant to decide on our future. So things like this could have actually been discussed in the future of local government. But of course, that has been the last reform that they've brought out prior to RMA, prior to Three Waters. So, yeah, just common sense really says that the government can't handle it. And, I mean, I have no problem with the government perhaps taking the complaints, but we've had to deal with all their messy reforms and the abuse over that during our local government elections. I also have serious concerns around the lack of postal boxes. Areas where there used to be a post box and, you sort of know off by heart, oh, yeah, there's a box there. I turn up to go and post a letter and it's not there anymore. They've just disappeared all over the city. And the ones that were quite prominent seem to have disappeared too. So I just don't think postal voting, as everyone else has said, and I agree strongly with what Councillor Gary said before, is that really postal voting seems to be a thing of the past just because of the sheer fact that all the post boxes are going and gone, many of them. Online voting probably will be the way of the future. I think it has to be because we haven't really got any other options except for perhaps voting on the day, which maybe could happen. But yeah, this could, of course, be discussed in the future of local government, which clearly, it's ridiculous that it's not coming first and we're not discussing the future of local government before making massive decisions on other reforms.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Of course, in the general election we have ballot voting, so that seems to work. You've got low turnout there as well. I I think one of the barriers I have actually seen is registration for voting in the first place. If you're not registered, you can't vote, and we don't have easy registration. So there's lots of barriers that exist. And I think, yeah, another question is, especially for council, a lot of people don't really have much opinion of council. And I can tell you, walking down the street, I have a general running joke, is nobody can even tell if you're on the council. And that is, disengagement may not be disengagement, it may in fact be general satisfaction. I really don't care. I will get the result. So we can't look at that number and unpeel it and really understand what we're looking at, I don't think, very easily. The general withdrawal of New Zealand Post from post boxes is another issue that sits on top of this, but maybe we as a city could respond by more ballot voting booths, would be a way to approach that. What is not in this letter is one of my favourite little hobby horses, which is finance reform in general, and the ability to finance your campaigns. I would like to see an investigation from the government of the idea of funding the media component of all electoral outcomes, and basically making it that you can have access to the media, but the depth of your pocket doesn't determine the extent to which you reach into the community. After all, why do we make democracy a commodity? Thank you.
Councillor Vanvers.
Not mentioned yet has been the biggest complaint I had through the last several elections, and that is of the complexity of the STV system. People not knowing whether or not they have to rank all of the candidates or whether they should just rank some, and the difference between the DCC voting being STV and the ORC voting being first past the post, the confusion and the misunderstanding of how ranking under the STV system actually works was widespread with most of the people that I spoke with during the election. So I think the STV issue should have been raised in this submission and shouldn't just be assumed as, yes, we're just going to do it because we have. A lot of the city councils don't. And I think it simplifies things for voters and makes voting a more straightforward and a more transparent process if you have a simple first past the post voting system. On the issue of local council involvement in the elections, government does just about all of it, along with contractors. And given that the vast majority of the voting system is mandated by government and run by contractors, why would you not have the whole lot run by contractors and central government and remove any possibility of possible conflicts of interest with local government staff being involved? I've always been uncomfortable with local government staff being involved in the elections, and for that reason and the STV reason, I won't be voting for this particular submission. It's a status quo submission which I think has not given us optimum results in the past.
Sorry, brief point of order, please. 25.2D. Just misrepresentation. Point 20 of the submission does actually talk about us promoting STV universally.
That's what I was objecting to.
Yes, I think misrepresentation, the point of standing orders misrepresentation provision is where a person here has been misrepresented. So I'm not going to uphold that point. Have you finished? Thank you. So are there any more speakers? Deputy Mbaka, would you like to exercise your right of reply? Thank you. Then I'll now put the motion. As you see on the wall, all
By
those
division, please.
By division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mr Mayor.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Thank you. We'll now reconvene public forum, and I'd ask Ms Yeldon to come to the table, please.
Thank you, Mayor Raddick, and thank you, councillors, for permitting me to speak. I'll be really more careful about the time. I must say I prefer to stand, but I'll try to comply with your conventions. First of all, some acknowledgements, and I have to be quick. I'd like to acknowledge the public service of former Deputy Mayor Maurice Prendergast. He was a very fiery, public-spirited person. I'd also like to acknowledge the new councillors, some of whom I'm not familiar with their public service. And for the people who have come back for another go, you're brave. You know what's involved, especially online, which I'm not anymore. You should all have a copy of this two-page piece of paper with something related to my topic, and I'm going to have to be quick. But first, Mayor Raddick, I would like to say that I spoke on this similar subject in 2017, and effectively a point of order was called against a public forum speaker. That is not in accordance with public standing orders. Standing orders mean it's totally at your discretion whether you can stop a public forum speaker, but standing orders also give grounds, and the chair makes their determination whether the speaker should be quiet, but should stop on those grounds. So it's not my place to tell you standing orders, but I felt very frustrated in 2017 when I was prevented from speaking. And later, there were unfortunate consequences of that, which I won't go into at the moment. But I really, you've campaigned as a listening mayor, and so far it looks good. So a couple of other acknowledgements. Okay, I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Wiley for his work with the Volunteer Centre. It's something I feel very strongly about. And Councillor Lefuso for her being a trustee of the Otago Mental Health Support Trust. I have connections with the mental health consumer community. And Councillor Vandervis, of course, for his firewood and sawdust for my garden, the produce of which I hope will go to the food bank. So I want to make a distinction between campaigning and advocacy. It's most definitely your role to advocate for the city. And I again acknowledge Councillor Houlihan just talking about central government's behaviour with regard to its reform. It's a reform. Abolition was more the word, of local government, starting off with water assets first, and then planning law, and leaving nothing left but a sucked-out husk. And now we're told we're going to have input into the future of local government. Now, my letters, this is all random, I'm sorry, and I won't manage it in 5 minutes, but my letters in the ODT about the groin issue were not because I was opposed to Mayor Raddick's, let's do something, okay? You've all made a solemn affirmation to uphold the law as it is now, and I think that if councillors take that very seriously, then it's a lot better than if they don't. But there are ways and means of, like, the way to overcome all the red tape is to address the reform of local government. And we need far more autonomy and not so much top-down stuff from central government. Central government, it's against a basic principle of government called subsidiarity, which I can't say. basically the decisions should be made by the people most affected by them as a Green Party principle, a constitutional principle of the Green Party. It's also a fundamental principle of democracy, and decision making has been more and more taken away, and local government's just becoming merely an agency for the execution of central government policies. And central government policies are extremely stupid. Like something I feel extremely, and I've mentioned it on here, you probably know that there's been a pig farm on the peninsula for years and years and years, and a pig in a poultry farm by Mr. Blome, who I don't know, but I did buy pig manure from once. And you might be vegan, but how are you going to grow food if you don't have manure? It just doesn't work that way. Eggs are more expensive, and pork's going to be more expensive. You might want to eat pork, but the principle remains, okay? That's something that I wish you would advocate for. Anyway, I just want to make a distinction between the SOS campaign that's coming up again, apparently. I haven't read Councillor Benson-Pope's new notice of motion. I haven't had time. I was too busy looking at the old one. Councillor Wiley at the time, this is 2017, so some of you won't be familiar with it because you weren't on council. Some of you knew about it. Councillor Wiley was the only councillor that actually made a public comment about this by writing in the paper. And we have a system of three tiers of government in New Zealand. We have, a lot of people don't realise we have a three-tier system. We have local, regional, and central, okay? They all have jurisdictions. And they should be working together. They shouldn't be fighting one another. And for goodness sake, they shouldn't be spending money fighting against one another. That's the difference between advocacy and campaigning.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton. That's well over your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Is that enough? Thank you. So are there any questions of Ms. Hilton?
They're all scared I'll answer me, Reddick.
Thank you very much. Very good. Now we'll move on to item 11, the submission on performance-based Class 4 licensing. And who have we got? Yes. Kevin, Mr. Meechan, and Ms. McQuarrie to the stand, to the table. Thank you. Would you like to speak to the submission, or are you happy to take it as read?
Happy to take it as read, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of staff? Ms. Gary, Councillor Gary.
Thank you for the report and the submission. The draft submission. I just wanted to know, in page 128, the third point and the first note, which is about due diligence regarding key persons in each gambling operation, and in a document that this is related to, the proposals, it talks about the fact there's often been a delay in the key people being advised, the government being advised that key people have changed. Is that an issue in our city? Do you know, Mr. Meechan? Has that been a...
No, it's fairly stable here.
Great, excellent. And where do we sit in terms of our sinking lid policy in relation to other cities? Do you have a feel for that?
As different councils review their policies, they're moving toward the sinking lid, but I haven't got the breakdown of what, but I know something like 40-odd councils do have a sinking lid.
But that's the trend?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and Your Worship, just to flag that I propose to put forward an amendment when we come to that point.
Do we have any further questions? Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's talk in various parts of the report and the submission in relation to finding alternative funding options to replace the funds that would come from these gambling options for people, and I'm talking about community groups, of course, in particular, who rely immensely on the funds that come from this sort of practice. What sort of replacement funds are being considered, or are they being considered? I know there's a policy under the DCC, which I don't have the information on in front of me, but DCC has a policy that refers to that as well. Just wondering where that's at.
I'm unaware of any national policy. It's a really quite a confused situation, because before Class 4 machines were allowed into venues, the government had a big pool of money that was used for community groups. They could apply for, and they could get funding for various things. And there was also, 20 odd years ago, there was a lot of working bees and the like, where people sort of all just rolled up sleeves and got in and helped different groups. With the introduction of gaming machines into Class 4 venues, the government took away that pool of money and they collected the tax from their take. And there's been no replacement. And also in that time, people's time has become more precious, so we don't get the working bees that we used to have. So I'm really unsure where anyone thinks the pool of money could come from to support these various charities and community groups.
Okay, so that's a problem in itself. Just perhaps going one stage further to Councillor Gary's comment in relation to the sinking lid policy that the council's had for quite a number of years now. Obviously, the number of machines and locations are reducing and have been over the last 10 years or whatever. Is there any, shall we say, evidence or data to suggest that the problem gambling is reducing?
In Dunedin, every quarter I collect data from Department of Internal Affairs. We've sort of bottomed out in the number of machines and venues in Dunedin, but the amount of spend going into those machines fluctuates. So there's no evidence at all that the sinking lid has reduced the amount of spend going into machines.
Just a final question. Obviously, pokie machines are the big focus here, albeit there is mention in relation to TAB gambling as well. Just wondering, what's the difference between this type of gambling and lotto, for example? And why is lotto promoted so heavily at the expense of, shall we say, central government, and why the smaller things like this seem to be picked on that actually return a heck of a lot back to the community?
Yeah, I've absolutely no idea what their rationale is.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Mr Meacham, what percentage of money going into the machines is returned to the community?
It's approximately 40%.
So for a dollar going in, 40% is returned to the community of the proceeds. So X amount is paid back to the paid out through the machine. What's that?
Yeah, I'm not sure how the winnings are sorted out from the stuff going in. It's supposed to be a game of chance, but it's computer generated, so who would know? But certainly the money that's not returned as winnings, 40% of that gets returned to the community. Then there's a tax portion, and then the balance goes to the gaming societies.
Yeah, I understood it was 90 cents of the dollar got returned to the player. Does that sound about right?
It probably is, yeah, yep. Which makes the amount lost look even worse.
Okay. I note, and I struggle with where a lot of the discussion on Class 4 gambling is, there's no mention of online gambling, or very little, and in our letter we don't cover it. And I find that actually having a far bigger impact where people gambling at home versus in the venues where, from what I've seen at the venues I've visited and pubs I've visited, there's quite a lot of policing going on because, as you said earlier, the staff at a lot of these venues are pretty stable and monitor what happens in the gaming rooms.
Yeah, at a international conference last year on gambling, that was one of the big subjects that came up. And unfortunately, it's really easy for people to put a virtual personal network into their device. So there's absolutely no way of tracking how much money is being spent overseas. Certainly, no online gambling can be based in New Zealand. And I think there might be one in Victoria, and that's part of the Sky City group. They do an online, but I don't know what their presence is in New Zealand. Most of them are coming out of North America and Europe.
Yeah, no, that's my indication, Malta and Eastern Europe, from what I've seen. Is there, through the Mayor, I'd like to see us make some comment in our letter that we also are aware of the potential harm from online gambling, and there's nothing in this when it's being addressed, if possible.
Yeah, look, there's time for you to propose an amendment if you wish. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to ask a question, but I'm going to now. You've referred, Mr. Meacham, a couple of times by saying money is returned back to the community. I'm interested in knowing what back to the community really means, and if there's any data on whether back to the community means Maori Pacifica refugee communities, disadvantaged or primarily sports clubs.
I'm not sure of the breakdown, but every gaming society that operates in the district must publish annually a list of who receives those grants. I can dig those out if you would like. Be sent some.
I'd really appreciate that, actually. Yeah, thank you.
Just to add to that, one of the points to note is that there are many Māori and Pacific community groups who don't ever apply for that funding because they don't fundamentally believe in accessing that fund for their kaupapa. So there's also that kind of philosophical approach to not actually accessing gambling funds. So for some communities who are in need of community funding, they purposefully do not access that funding.
So a follow-up question, which I know the answer to, is there not therefore an irony in fact that the communities most affected by gambling are not accessing that money?
That's correct.
Are there any more questions? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of clarification, if I might, before you move into the next phase. I've just checked with the team, and there won't be hearings on this particular submission.
So that means my amendment is redundant.
Correct.
In fact, we should be removing B.
That's exactly, because I was just checking and knowing that you had that. The submission didn't ask for us to speak. I've gone and checked with staff and the DIA are not holding hearings.
Thank you.
So that would mean that recommendation B is redundant on the order paper.
An amendment?
I don't want to move.
I'm happy to move. I'm happy to move the motion.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Walker. Okay, so please speak to the paper.
Thank you, Your Worship. And so just for the information of my colleagues, my amendment was to authorise the Chair of Community Services as the Mayor's delegate to speak to the submission hearings, but that is redundant now. I know from research that was presented at the time of our policy review and bylaw hearings that this form of gambling, Class 4, is one of the most harmful that there is. So when people ask, well, what about lotto, the amount of harm, and you will see in the report the very stark figures. If you haven't seen it on one page, page 126, around the impact on Māori. And Māori pokie players experience gambling harm 38% compared with non-Māori 12%. And if we're serious, if we go back to our hui yesterday, if we're serious under the treaty, then this particular submission is extremely important in terms of the reduction of harm. Funding is an issue, and so, and it was a very good question you asked, Councillor Ackland, around that statement around funding. So that came out of the hearing for the bylaw. We had a lot of people present and say we can't do without this funding, and we understood that. And from the statistics that we were presented with then, I recall that sports got the bulk of the money. And in fact, football and rugby, male sports, particularly male sports, got the bulk of the money. There wasn't a lot of arts in there at all. So that was interesting. I'll also say to you that when I've attended local government conference, and even at this last one, the problem gambling, I don't know if they're an association or the group, the official group, approached me about our sinking lid policy. And we are one of the leaders in that field. That is the trend for councils. So we're on the right path, and we've done some really good work to date. But that motion around alternative funding was put before Jan Tanetti the following day. As it happened, I happened to bump into her in an event. We've continued. It's an advocacy motion because the community said to us loud and clear at those bylaw hearings, we struggle to find alternative means of funding. So we acknowledge that, and we need to continue to advocate for that. And I see that that is in the submission. I was very pleased to see it there. So I, having understood the harm caused by this particular form of gambling, that is why I'm moving this, and that's why I feel so strongly about it. And I hope you will feel able to support it.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, and thank you to the mover and for your passion in this area. I think probably like many of us around here, I'd certainly support any submission that supports the direction the DIA is taking in trying to reduce problem gambling, particularly in the context of the fact that, as came to light during questioning, that the recipients of the proceeds are less likely to benefit from that funding. I look forward to Mr. Meacham forwarding that information I requested, and I'm really quite curious to see who the breakdown of recipients and potential recidivism that may be part of that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Hillen.
Yes, I'd just like to add that I just think it's so wrong that community organisations have to rely on funding from gambling proceeds, which is, gambling is such a harmful thing to families and to people if they develop a gambling problem and can't stop and hence become, get into a lot of financial trouble. I just think, it sends out all the wrong messages to people, and it looks like because the money comes from gambling that, it's a good thing we get all this money from it. We need to look at society, somehow change the way sports and arts organisations and the other community groups that get funding from that are funded, because it should not rely on gambling money. It is really wrong.
Councillor Wiley.
I sort of am torn on this one in the sense of I consistently see an approach that I don't agree with. But at the same time, I actually do agree with most of the substance of this letter. The key factor that I see time and time again is with Class 4 gambling, people walk into a venue, they put their money into the pokie machine. It has to be physical money. They play the machine in a community, an environment where other people are around. They either win or lose money and they leave the venue. As soon as you start driving that underground and having people using their credit cards on the computer, they lose track of money, they lose track of time, and guess what? The impact is going to be dramatically more. And if we keep driving and taking a hardline approach on Class 4 gambling, that is going to make a greater impact on our communities and all segments of the communities. I am really fearful of Class 4 gambling basically disappearing altogether. I am really worried and concerned about online gambling and how it is really starting to ramp up through our communities. Yes, there's nothing perfect about the pokie machines, but for a lot of people it's a pleasure. As I've said in the past, I have no problems putting $20, $40 in a machine on a Friday night while I'm having a beer or two. But what I also see is a lot of people there that are enjoying that same pleasure. Take it away and they will disappear underground. They will disappear to their bedrooms, their living rooms, to their devices and their credit cards, and the money goes offshore. As a chair of two organisations that actually applies and gets regular grant funding for community, I see the good it can do. We submit applications and sometimes we get turned down, but we do have a lot of benefits from the money we do receive. And it is important to our organisations. And the two I chair desperately are putting applications time and time again. We need that funding. DIA are not putting the money back into the community they should. Lotteries are not putting money back into the community they should. And that is really, really frustrating. Just to give you a quick instance of online gambling. Anybody who doesn't think it really exists, work out how many people are now buying their lotto tickets online and go back and read some stuff articles or different media releases about how much lotteries and their lotto players spent online through COVID. It was quite dramatic. It happens. So I wasn't going to move this letter with an amendment because I was torn to whether I can support it or not. But there is enough here that I will support it, but please hear my reservations. Thank you.
Councillor Fisa.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koutou to the staff who have been consistent on applying our policy, especially the sinking lid. And I just want to also thank the mover and seconder. And I don't believe that the gambling harm, as Councillor Gary referred to, particularly for Māori and Pasifika whānau, can be underestimated. I think that I could be ignorant, but I think that the concern about online gambling, for me, it's still in my face about what's on the ground, what's happening physically, and the deprivation of tu whānau and the damage, the psychological and mental health stress that is put on gamblers themselves. I am aware of the closing down or the changing of local organisations because of problem gambling in the staff, where hundreds of thousands of dollars that should have been applied to the education of young Māori and Pasifika, but particularly Māori students, In alternative education, $250,000 at least gone. The lack of leading to incredible stress on staff and the organisations. And also I've just been in Auckland where there was a problem gambling again. $250,000 lost to those community organisations which are trying to support everyday survival by Māori and Pasifika on various issues. So I fully support this and thank the staff again for just being consistent. Kia ora.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really had not planned on talking this, but I was actually struck by what I saw was an unusual difference between Mr. Meacham, who's an author of this paper, and his answers to Councillor Ackland and Councillor Wiley. And I do say to everybody, in order for us to make good decisions, we need to make sure that all the information is sitting in front of us. And I think I see two things at play here. One is the old arguments that were used when alcohol and tobacco advertising and the money that they were used to develop sport was put forward, and it was that the loss of income will result in irreversible damage to these sports and other such things, and that didn't play out. And in some respects, gambling and alcohol have a lot of similarities between them. At low levels of consumption, it's relatively enjoyable and the amount of damage is pretty minor. But when they get out of hand, then the damage is extreme. But I also now listen to Councillor Wiley's commentary about the unknown effects of prohibition. When alcohol was prohibited, it went underground. And in fact, we could even take that extension even further to the north of this town now, and the university's attitude to alcohol consumption and the unknown consequences it has had. So we need to be very careful when we are going forward with things like sinking lid policies and other such things to make sure that we are not walking into an area where we walked into accidentally. I was still going to support this letter at this point, but my feedback really is we probably need to look very carefully as we get towards the end of the execution of this policy as to removing a supervised environment for gambling and leaving what behind? Because will we get rid of the activity? I think it's rather like alcohol consumption. I think it's unlikely that prohibition ever works in getting rid of an activity. So this is, I think, slightly more complex than I think the letter suggested, and I think maybe we need to look a bit more carefully at this. We've got other things. We've got the casinos, we've got online gambling, we've just got people laying bets with each other. So be very careful when you take away a supervised environment because you may be opening up something you didn't intend to go to.
I'd like to make a couple of comments. And just as Councillor O'Malley was referring to, I do not support prohibition. And it doesn't matter whether it's gambling or alcohol in the next paper or any one of a number of things. I don't think prohibition is the answer for curing societal ills or curing things that endanger some people that overindulge in them. I think, and we only have to look at alcohol for that because it is a much greater danger to our society and causes a whole lot more problems than it does gambling. But prohibition of alcohol caused even greater problems again. And so this is, if we look at Invercargill, they have an Invercargill licensing trust, and a great deal of the profits from the sale of alcohol are returned to the community in community projects. Because people enjoy drinking alcohol. They also enjoy gambling, and they do it just for fun, but some people it becomes an addiction and they take it too far. And the same can be said of a range of other activities out there in the world. So I'm not a fan of prohibition, and I don't think that it leads to good outcomes. And it's very easy to decry the outcomes and say, yes, we're going to pass a rule or a law or prohibit such an activity. Well, those activities are best administered and self-regulated or community regulated and administered, so that communities help other people get things under control. And I myself know quite a few people who have had trouble with alcohol over the years and have had to, take drastic action and prohibit themselves from taking alcohol, and that has worked very successfully in their cases. And I'm sure many in the room will know people that have been unsuccessful in their attempts to prohibit themselves from alcohol. However, it can work either way. And I think it's really important that the desire for gambling is kept within the community, and most of those profits from the gambling are returned, or most of the expenditure on gambling is returned to the gamblers themselves, and it's over 90%, I believe. And then about half of the remainder of the money that goes in that machine, so less than 10%, half of that is then returned to the community to do other things of good within the community. And if people want to participate in that, they're totally free to. And I do know that those organisations that distribute the profits from pokies are very inclined and very much in favour of community groups. But a lot of the groups that run sports, of course, are well organised and put those proceeds to really good use in their community. And so that's the other side of the coin, where that money goes to actually giving people a great sense of participation and help them into better lives. So it's a two-sided sword, and I fully endorse the comments of Councillor O'Malley. It's very easy to come down with some prohibition, and the next thing, a whole heap of unintended consequences take place. We can see that in our society and other areas right now, and they're causing big problems in the country. And when we had the prohibition era in New Zealand and in overseas, of course, it led to massive crime in the USA and underground crime in New Zealand, and a lot of problems with drinking. So, in the meantime, I do support this letter because it's mostly about the harm from alcohol. So, any further? Gambling, yeah. Gambling, we're going to do alcohol next, yes. So your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to remind colleagues that what we're discussing today is not prohibition of anything. It's actually a submission on performance-based Class 4 gambling. It's about improving the processes around those who have Class 4 gambling, known as pokie machines, in their under their supervision. And it talks about longer licences for those who do it well. It's nothing to do with getting rid of gambling, actually. And I would also say that it's always wise to follow the data and the research, which actually doesn't support some of the things that have been said today. I do think it's helpful that a breakdown of recipients has been asked for, because that is very revealing. And certainly acknowledge the comment that Councillor Houlihan made about a need for changes for funding in the community, and that point has been long made by this council, and I was pleased to see it in the submission. Councillor Wiley talks about online gambling. That is not part of the submission today, and maybe it should be, but it's not part of this Class 4 gambling submission. We're not talking about forcing it underground, so those arguments are not relevant today. And we've covered off the alternative funding matters. Councillor Lefiso talked about underestimating the harm of gambling and the deprivation resulting from it, and gave some very stark examples of that in local organisations. Councillor O'Malley talked about unintended consequences, and as I've said, we're not talking about prohibition, so that really doesn't fly. When we come to review our policy, that's the time for those kinds of discussions. And Mayor Raddick talked about not supporting prohibition. Well, we're not talking about that today. And I would remind you, Mayor Raddick, that you were the person who compared Class 4 gambling machines with a chocolate wheel at a school fair. So we know from the data and the research that this is in a different league entirely, and the harm is huge, and Councillor Fiso spoke to that. So I would urge you to support the submission, which is around the performance of those organisations that run the pokie machines, and to improve their performance. And I leave that with you and urge you to vote in support of it. And by division, please.
Very good. So we'll put the motion and do it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Lucas. Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mr Mayor.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Very good. And now we move on to item 12, the sale and supply, submission on the sale and supply of alcohol. Mr Midgen and Ms Wakira, once again, do we have any questions?
Can I just say, Mr Mayor, just before we start, that in the submission letter, we haven't included the point where, a point which we'll put in the conclusion around the DCC wishes to speak to the submission. This is a bill and there will be a hearing.
So
There will be a hearing.
Yeah, so that means in the final point of the submission, we just need to add the sentence, the DCC wishes to be heard on its submission.
Very good. Do we have any questions? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Measham. Could you speak to the issue around cross-examination? Has that been a problem in our local committee hearings to date? And I'm sure I saw something about conflict of interest, but I just can't find it at the moment. But I would have thought there'd be processes sort of similar to the RMA hearings. Can you just speak to that?
There has been, over the years, like the DLC's been running for 9 years. There has been a couple of instances where there's been community opposition and a lawyer acting for the applicant has grilled them a little bit, but the chair has been really good at controlling what's going on. So he uses the process well.
And my second question is around the change, and I just don't recall when this happens, of the DLC and the members that it's made up of. Usually every triennium, after the start of the triennium, is a change. When is that, and how does it relate to the possible change that was signalled in this document?
We have ongoing training, like tomorrow is a full day taken up with training. If this bill goes through in its present form, then there's a Crown solicitor based in Christchurch who will do an online training thing for all DLC members soon after, as soon as it sort of takes effect.
So I guess what I'm asking is, will that be the current committee, and will there be consistency through till these changes are in place before there's a change of membership? Do we know that?
No.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can you just confirm, Mr Mitchin, that the proposals in the bill go some way to improving the situation that we faced last time with the delay and the pushback from the industry when we were developing the current LAP?
Yes, I'd like to think it will. The last time, or the LAP that's currently in place, I started working on that in 2012. The appeal hearings happened in late 2016, and we finally got a LAP across the line early 2019. So it was a really long process held up by the big corporations. This bill should take all that away. It goes through the special consultative process in the local community, and the resulting bill or resulting policy was a result of that consultation, and we have people outside that consultation arena that could appeal it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
And those appeals ended up affecting the actual LAP itself in the end, I believe. Was that true?
Yes, several components of the LAP that was put forward had to be removed.
Councillor Benson-Pope, right, happy to move it. Did you have a question, Councillor Hurnett? Yes.
Thanks. Otipoti Dunedin has sort of quite a unique situation with our university, and there's been quite a lot of problems recently, around secure, I don't know whether you call them secure, but licensed venues closing down in those areas. And I know this is more around, selling of alcohol, but, how do you see this addresses those problems, if it does in here,
It won't have any impact at all unless an LAP, a review of the LAP sort of throws up something that I'm not aware of.
So is there anything we can do to try to alert that, because it is quite an issue in the university area, and it is connected with drinking, but having safe places that they can drink, that a lot of those places have now gone?
Yeah, the police are quietly hatching a plan, and they have the best wishes of the committee at the moment to try and resolve some of those issues. But it's too early yet to be able to say what they are, but if it's successful, it will make big impact.
Thank you.
Have we exhausted questions? I think so. No, another. Councillor Gary.
I just found my notes. On page 137, and somewhere it talks about, I can't recall where, sorry, but maybe it's in 12. Talks about unnecessary familiarity. Let me see if it's in 12. Yes, item 12 on page 131. To what are they referring exactly? What's the problem there to solve?
Just off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure, but I think it is, as a hearing progresses, we sort of start referring to people by their first names and sort of just dumbing it down a little bit, sort of thing. Sometimes it's appropriate if the person giving evidence is really nervous. The chair picks his moments when that would happen, because he, as formal as the process is, he likes to keep things relaxed so that we get the best information out.
And I suppose, is it balanced with that unnecessary formality comment that's somewhere in here as well? So getting a balance between too much familiar. Yeah, I see. And anecdotally, I understand that there's a trend amongst young people and in the wider population for zero alcohol beers to be consumed and zero wine, 0% wine. And certainly amongst young people, anecdotally, that's something that I'm noticing. Are we seeing that trend come through with the harm? Because there's some figures here around young people, and that's very relevant. Is that a trend that is being noticed?
Yes, talking to licensees, mainly off licensees, they're finding that they're having to put more zero alcohol products on their shelves and sort of taking up big parts of their shelf, and they're quite happy with that. No sale for them's a sale, I think, but certainly there's more and more zero, or more demand for 0% alcohol.
And do you think that's about the quality of the product being offered and the choice, the range of choice for people, or?
Possibly, but coming from my last life, I think it's underestimated how many young people don't particularly want to drink. And when they go out socialising, there's not many places they can go where there isn't alcohol. So if they can pick up a 0% beer or a group of them go there, they can be seen to be drinking. But no one needs to know that they're actually not becoming intoxicated.
Thank you. And just to remind me, because I don't believe it's in here, reference to the Sophia Charter work, which is now student-led and encompasses this area.
I don't have much to do with the Sophia Charter. It's I'm not sure where it is in here, but certainly I take an interest because I work with the police and the university itself. But so far as what's actually in there, I don't have much to do with it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. Yes, so Councillor Benson-Pope has moved the resolution. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think the...
Who's the seconder, sorry? Who's the seconder? Councillor Valley, thank you.
The response to my question really encapsulates the concerns that we had, the concerns that we had on the previous iteration of the process, and the unnecessary delays that some of us will remember to our disadvantage. And I think the assurance from Mr Meachin that this should improve things is welcome, and I don't think much more needs to be said.
Councillor O'Malley.
For putting a bit more into it, basically it's putting the local back into the local alcohol policy. It's effectively removing the very powerful lobby groups that undermined not just Dunedin's but many other cities' LAPs at the time, and I think this is a particularly wonderful step forward, to be honest.
Councillor Gary.
I'm fully supportive of this submission, but I just am a little alarmed at the comment made by staff that there isn't that connection with the Sophia Charter, because there's an enormous amount of work going on there across council, the police, the university, all parties, around many aspects of student life, this being one of them, and that is fully developed, and now we're in a phase of being student-led. In fact, today I've just had an email around a launch of an event around that. So I do think that's important. I note too that trend around non-alcohol 0% choices, that's a trend not talked about very often. We're very quick to criticise our young people in terms of their alcohol consumption, but in fact, there isn't much light given to those who choose not to drink or choose zero alcohol at times, and so that is a new trend, and there are many aspects to this. I think it would be helpful to know when that changeover of the committee, the District Licensing Committee, happens in relation to the changes proposed here, because I see some of them are partway through the year, and I think that would be really helpful to pinpoint as well. So those are just kind of notes to self, really, but fully support the submission.
Any further comments? Very good. Councillor Benson-Pope, do you wish to exercise a right of reply? Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 13. The Local Government Official Information and Meetings Bill. Our submission on that. So we have Mr. Drew and Mr. Freeland to speak. Do you want to speak to the paper or take it as read?
Happy to take it as read.
Any questions? A dearth of questions. Thank you very much for your time and trouble. So, would someone like to move the resolution? Councillor Ackland, a seconder. Councillor Vandervis, thank you. Would you like to speak to it? Councillor Ackland? No. Would anyone like to speak to it? No. In which case, I'll expedite the process and put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now, item 15. We'll just check on that. So, one we've been waiting for.
Structure.
Right. So,
It's just a what is it? Word change.
yes. Hang on a minute. 15. Committee structure and delegations manual. Now, this one, would you like to speak to it, Chief? Thank you.
Just turn your microphone off, Mr. Mayor. So, councillors, we've done some work with you on the Committee Structure and Delegations Manual, and this is the regulatory document that is required to give effect to the new committee structure and to provide the relevant delegations. There is one change which was circulated, I think, yesterday in the Finance and CCO Organisation Committee, the addition of the word sustainable into paragraph 4, which was an oversight on my part in the drafting. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Tēnā koe, Ms. Graham. I'm aroha mai. I wasn't here for the session last week. So I just have a question, having read the Civic Affairs Committee delegations with respect to activities of the place-based groups. And so I'm just wondering, because we've dealt with it in previous trienniums in the Community and Culture Committee, and just I appreciate the need to sort of place it adjacent to the community boards. However, for me, it's about the social wellbeing strategy and community resilience. So just seeking an explanation of why it's in that committee and not...
if I may, through the chair. And so you rightly noted the Community Boards Forum, which is a new initiative whereby community boards have an opportunity to present to the council. At the same time, we thought it was useful for there to be a mechanism whereby there was a coordinated view of all of the activity that was happening in the communities. And so this way, the place-based groups and the community boards all come to one area, because otherwise it's a bit disparate. That doesn't stop the social wellbeing aspects of what's going on in the community being done by the other standing committee.
Did you have a question, Councillor O'Malley? Yes.
Just to the two committees that have mana whenua reps on them, and it's not substantive to today's decision, and I think that they're relatively happy with the delegations. But in the future, when we're doing this, what's the mechanism we'd be able to approach that, given that they aren't at the council meeting where we decide this, get input for the committees that they would be on in terms of what they would be looking for that those committees' delegations would have?
If I may, and through the chair, I would have thought that initially council give delegations, at which point once you have the committees with the representatives on them, that's an opportunity for you then to consider and get formal feedback from them about whether or not they think there's a gap in the delegations. But until then, they are delegations of council.
Right, then therefore basically it would be a product of the next 3 years of that committee and then feedback from that, which would then come back through the councillors.
Again, through the chair, that is a mechanism you could choose to use, but alternatively the manual can be changed at any time. And so that if there was a gap, for example, or something that you thought needed to work differently, there's the possibility to then raise that and amend the delegations mid-triennium.
Thanks.
Do we have any further questions? Thank you. Do we have, would someone like to move the resolution? Councillor Ackland, and seconded Councillor O'Malley. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Ackland? No. No. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? I see not. Therefore, I shall put the motion. As we see here, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. We'll now move to item 16. Yes, okay. So it has been suggested we have a short adjournment for a couple of minutes. So we'll take a comfort stop for 5 minutes and come back. Seconded, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Thank you. To resume, and we come back to item number 16, the notice of motion from Councillor Benson-Pope about Dunedin Hospital, which has been moved by Councillor Benson-Pope and seconded by me. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm pleased to move the the motion which is on the order paper. I want to start by thanking the project team from the new Dunedin Hospital for the professionalism and dedication of their work over a long period. More of that later. And I also want to thank them for what is a comprehensive analysis of an earlier proposal for cuts, the report from the 2nd of September that you've all seen, which should really be subtitled an analysis of why you shouldn't make a bad decision. It's not often in this environment that you get from part of an organisation that you're concerned about such a comprehensive analysis of why people should not be proceeding with what is proposed. And that is all detailed in that report that I refer to. This whole debate is about health decisions being driven by other than the best interests of the community. The report I'm referring to is, of course, Te Whata Ora's own report, the new Dunedin Hospital. Here it is, Value Management Option 4.2 and 4.3. That was the previous proposals that this report was released in September. I think it would have been better called, as I said, an analysis of lots of reasons why you shouldn't proceed with such ideas. One of the big issues here for all of us and the community is the degree to which we're hampered by lack of detail about what's currently proposed. You've all seen the answer to the Mayor's letter, the answer last night to the Mayor's letter, saying, no, we can't answer your questions about the details yet because we had to escalate that up the tree to Wellington. And I guarantee that very few people in the senior levels of the ministry or indeed in Treasury, let alone in Cabinet, have actually read the recommendations that exist in this report, which so thoroughly rubbishes the earlier suggestions about cuts of various kinds. I guess it's a telling thing that the ministry, despite the project group, despite being asked, was unable to provide us that detail in time for this meeting. That's something that they can comment on. But irrespective of the detail, what is clear here is that redesign equals risk, and redesign also equals risk of considerable extra money and further delay. And the last thing we want in terms of the build of either of these buildings is delay. We're talking about the hospital itself. There's no question of delay on the outpatients building at the moment. I need to stress that so people don't misunderstand. I'd ask councillors to keep their shopping lists in their pockets because none of us are experts, as far as I'm aware, about many of the things under discussion here. But that is what the detailed business case was about. Getting to a really good plan for a really good hospital was what years of discussion with clinicians and the community and stakeholders of all kinds was about. And that's why I've brought to this meeting the notice of motion that we just asked for them to deliver the business case, the detailed business case that was agreed to by Cabinet quite a long time ago, actually, and leave the discussion to the experts ongoing, as we saw in the ODT this morning. Yet another suggestion or set of comments based on the back of not unhelpful comments from Mr. Hodson, who's been intimately involved in the process from the get-go. I'm making an appeal about your shopping lists. I'm not going to have one either, but I do want to lodge my concern that there seems to be a trend also in what has been suggested historically that attacks working conditions of staff. And we know there is, across the whole sector, a major shortage of expertise, both in the clinical areas and in nursing. And so why would you reduce the conditions of staff when you know you have a workforce shortage across the whole country and indeed internationally? So I'm hoping that wherever we end up, and I know it's going to be in a good position because of the strength of the community feeling about this matter, but wherever we end up, we're not attacking the working conditions of the people who are doing such a damn good job in our hospital. It's certainly true, and it's been drawn to our attention, that since these budgets were set in the detailed business case, a couple of small matters have come out of the woodwork. One of them is called COVID, we all know about that, and the other one is what Mr. Putin is up to in the Ukraine, and that's affected all sorts of things, and it's certainly affected the cost of building materials and delays around this, that and the other. I hope the government will apply the same attitude in respect of this project as it did to COVID. Enormous financial support for our community and our businesses and people in the workforce. Well, I'd expect that attitude to be applied to the issues with our hospital build as well. And as to Mr. Putin and the Ukraine, well, I'd be pretty disappointed if the destruction of the infrastructure in the Ukraine that he has initiated was actually going to affect important infrastructure so far away in our city. And I don't expect that to happen, and let's make very sure that it doesn't, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime, once-in-a-generation opportunity to get the replacement of a failing old hospital way past its use-by date done in time for our wider community. I'm not going to talk about the importance of the region because we all know that, and whatever happens elsewhere in the region, and good luck in good healthcare provision and the development of all the hubs that are supposed to be there by now but aren't yet. Whatever happens, the choppers are going to be landing in Dunedin for quite a while, so this is a regional issue as much as it's an issue for Dunedin. I talked about this report several times. See all these little flags? You've all read it. You may not have covered it with flags as I have. Every one of those flags is another reason for why this is a bad idea. And I'm going to read a couple of them to you. The first one says, overarching risks. It's taken 4 years of careful planning to achieve the current design. Undoing this in as many months carries significant reputational, operational and clinical risk. And here's another one. This is a good one. In July, the local newspaper, the ODT, reported that the Minister had ruled out a reduction in the hospital size or scope. He said the government had always known there was going to be cost risk in the project. But the important thing was to have a hospital that met the needs of the population. Any loss of beds or services would be seen as counter to the Minister's assurances that scope or capacity reductions were not being contemplated. And I'm going to finish with the impact statement that was the overriding statement at the end of this report. If you didn't get that far, look on page 58. The summary impact statement about earlier cuts says, any change to the size or scope of New Dunedin Hospital and any demand for significant redesign with accompanying consultant costs and demands on clinical staff time will have a widespread negative effect on the reputation and expectations of the new Dunedin Hospital project and facility. It will be perceived as a broken promise if less is delivered than was approved in the detailed business case. The knock-on effects are likely in poorer outcomes for the design and clinical services for the people of Te Whata Ora Southern District, and that's us in our region, and I couldn't put it more succinctly than that, and I'm asking for your overwhelming support for this notice of motion. Kia ora. Thank you.
Well, I should follow that with a few comments, and in defence of Te Whata Ora, some of the red flags in that report that you're referring to, Councillor, have been mitigated. However, only the most extreme of them. And what the plan is, this idea to completely redesign the hospital and start again almost just seems illogical to me, because whilst they are achieving a 5.5% saving in costs, it will take at least a year to redesign, and with 7% inflation running, it seems highly questionable that any money will be saved. And in fact, as we've seen with the project and other projects around the country, it generally takes longer than anyone expects to achieve any project, especially at the moment. And so what we're in for is further cost increases from now and further time delays from now. The very simplest, easiest and most expeditious way to proceed is to simply build this detailed business case, which has been under fine and detailed design over the last 18 months. It was released in March 2021. So the detailed business case was subsequently approved by Cabinet and has been in force for quite some time, and a lot of detailed work has taken place on it. And it seems crazy to me to throw that out the window, because in particular, that detailed business case was ratified, was consulted with widely, and ratified by the clinicians and staff at the hospital. So hospitals are about people, not pennies. And so if we want to have a good functioning hospital, and that everybody has got in behind and supported this detailed business case design, the right thing to do is build that detailed business case. Now, there are some options within that case to save some money, but going back to the drawing board to redesign the hospital altogether and prejudice the future development prospects, so prejudice the future proofing of that site by putting inappropriate things on bits of land where really important buildings were planned to be put, does seem to be completely illogical to me. And as I say, 5.5% when we're running it, inflation is 7%. But also, to quote from the report, it's interesting that I picked out completely different quotes from Councillor Benson-Pope, but in addition to the very great likelihood that doing what they're doing will cost more money, not less, and of course spending more to achieve less seems crazy, but on top of that, the Te Whata Ora assessment is that whole of life operating costs will well exceed the capital cost savings. So attempting to save a little bit more in capital expenditure just right now will cause a lot more operational expense downstream. So because the hospital will simply not be as efficient and effective as it has been designed to be. So that's a really significant worry. And of course we have all of the unknowns that we can't really talk about because they are unknown unknowns, as the saying goes, and who knows what will pop up, because over the last 18 months a range of issues have popped up as they have been doing the detailed design on the hospital, and they have been resolved. So there's a lot of work that has been done on detailed design already. It seems crazy to throw that out the window and go back to the drawing board and the very high and taking on board the very high likelihood that that will cost more. Councillor Hurley.
Thank you. I would just like to thank Councillor Benson-Pope for standing up and speaking out about this as a former Labour MP. The other, our local MPs who are here in our city now have told us there's no cuts and haven't made any strong stances against these, well, what we call cuts at all, and I urge them to reconsider that and fight for the city. Don't, you know, obviously there's a time to support your party, but I'm saying it's not now. Right now, we want your support for our city and for the best hospital we can get. The thing is, as everyone has said, previous speakers have said, we have one opportunity to get this right, and the business case took years, as Councillor Benson-Pope said, to design, and it was cut back, as I understand it from what I heard. The business case was the minimum of what people wanted. And so to cut that back is unfair, unreasonable. We want a hospital that is fit for purpose for the future, not just fit for today and only just fit for today. We want to see it to be a service that is available for our region, our city, and for generations to come. Come on, please give us the money that we deserve and do it right.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I thoroughly support this motion and all the 4 points put forward. The main point being build the hospital to the specifications and the final detailed business case. Since the government's announcement pre-Christmas that they were only funding part of the cost increases of the new Dunedin Hospital, I have indeed learned a lot more about the hell that is the health system. Everyone knows or is close to someone going through this hell, especially in Dunedin. People can't get into GPs without long waits. Hospital bed occupancy is over 100%, and we all remember the code blacks called last year. Who hasn't been stuck waiting for scans, operations, appointments, and had the huge stress in their lives? As Councillor Benson-Pope said, our current hospital is way past its use-by date. Putting aside the current hell, we now have a once-in-a-generation opportunity with the new Dunedin Hospital. I, for one, thought it was all trucking along nicely and all the plans, budgets and expert advice are in place. So it was a bombshell when the cynical pre-Christmas announcement of not fully funding and building the specified hospital. I've been privy to some of the discussions over the last month about what is the reality of the cuts. It's easy to count beds, operating theatres and scanners, but it's the opaqueness and lack of communication about underlying cuts that we're not seeing that concerns people. We've been told there are no cuts, but even I, a layperson, can see there's a whole 5-storey building missing from the new design. I'm worried about what else is missing. Has the square meterage changed? What is the pressure on the health team to do more with less? What's all the unintended consequences of the slashing of spaces we're seeing? 4 years were spent to get the hospital to the agreed business case and design, less than 4 months to undo that design and cut whatever corners might be opportune. It doesn't make any sense to start chopping away at a holistic, well-considered case, like who hasn't tried to save a bit of money on a home reno project, only to discover that the thing you scrimped on is the one bolt that holds the entire thing together. Unintended consequences. With a hospital bill predicated on high efficiencies from a well-designed and functional area, it seems ridiculous and self-defeating to chop and change in the manner we're seeing. I can't trust the words, there are no cuts. The communication has been terrible. People are upset and worried about one of the hugest issues in their lives, access to good healthcare. There's a huge lack of trust. I feel that I'm in the middle of a literal shell game, with the cups and the cuts moving faster than the eye can see. Our role as politicians and representatives is to get the best deal for our communities, to demand no compromise on the agreed business case, and to deliver the best hospital for our region. This is not just about Dunedin, but the wider region of 340,000 people in Otago Southland. That's why I thoroughly support this motion. Build what was planned and promised. Don't delay. It's false economy. Listen to the healthcare experts, not the budget bureaucrats. I support the Fighting Fund. More than anything, it's a symbolic representation of all 130,000 plus Dunedin people, and I hope the other 210,000 people represented by our neighbouring Otago Southland hospitals get behind this campaign. This is their hospital too. We're fighting for the health care of our future, our families, our friends, our visitors, and all the people we care for. We need to hold the government to its promise to build the promise fit for purpose hospital, please. I marched to save neurosurgery in 2010. I'm ready to march again. I'm getting ready to paint my placards, and I think I'll start with health cuts don't heal. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I have a message for the Minister. With all due respect, Minister, the time that this was landed on us before Christmas was frankly disrespectful to our community. And Minister, the manner in which it was presented was also disrespectful in my view. We deserve, as leaders of the city, a full briefing on the cuts. We still don't have that information, so I would ask you to take that on board. There's a lack of clarity, and even in the last few days between the notice of motion being put up and today, and as late as yesterday, it became obvious that some of the areas, since that report, Te Whatu Ora report, have been discussed and mitigated with the various stakeholders. But there is so much that we don't know and we don't have clarity about. It doesn't matter what your political stripes are, this council is unified in its concern, and rightly so, for our community. And if we don't understand what the changes are to the design, then how can we expect our community to understand it? And one of the things I've become aware of is how complex it is arriving at design in the first place and design changes. And unintended consequences are certainly an important element, and we read about that in the Te Whatu Ora document. From conversations with clinicians, community members and stakeholders who over 4 years inputted into the design, the detailed business case was already a compromise. That people accepted, but it was already a compromise, and now we've done it again. And the areas of concern, and I'm not going to have a shopping list, Councillor Benson-Pope, but I want to highlight the areas where we don't have clarity in my mind from recent reports, and certainly Pete Hodgson's articles were helpful because it outlines some of the areas that have been mitigated. Pathology is a particular concern to me. Wellington has an on-site pathology capability of 4,000 square metres. It's been suggested ours has been reduced from 1,300 square metres to 180, and that is half the capability of Blenheim Hospital, which has a population, or serves a population of 30,000. Pharmacology, don't know the answer to that. The link that has been deleted. The PET scanner, I don't think the community actually cares about public, private, whatever, how it might be delivered. We just want to know there will be one, because we all know people who've had to travel and so difficult at such a time. The spiritual centre wasn't even mentioned, aka chapel, wasn't even mentioned in the newspaper article, but there's been changes to that. And elements of resilience, like the water supply, for goodness sake, that would seem to be key. And in fact, these might have landed in a good place. We simply don't know. And so my final comment would be, we need to fight like hell for our community, for our people, for our city, and for the wider region. We have got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have a thoroughly modern working hospital that will deliver excellent care. So, colleagues, I would urge you all to support the motion.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I very much thank the mover for bringing this motion and the comments in his opening, particularly his commentary actually around related to the Te Whatu Ora report, and his beautiful commentary around it being an analysis of why you shouldn't make a bad decision. And I agree, page 58 of that report is very telling indeed, and you are right, the lack of detail to what is proposed is glaring, and I do agree. Also, I think you said in your opening that redesign equals risk and delay. I obviously fully support the motion, particularly with regard to part one, namely supporting the new Dunedin Hospital being built to the specifications in the final detailed business case approved by Cabinet. Nobody likes a broken promise, and particularly when it involves something that is likely to affect us all at some point in our lives. However, amongst today's commentary, we also need to caution against forgetting one important thing. We are getting a world-class new hospital in our city, and we shouldn't forget the many, many people who over many, many years got us to this point. And it saddens me to some extent that some of the loudest voices critiquing some of the budgetary changes are from people who were once in positions of government when progress on this vital project was non-existent. It's also frustrating listening to the major parties defining what constitutes a cut. When it comes to beds, National will say it's a cut from the original business case, and Labour will say it's an increase from what we already have. They are both right. However, the public, including me, just want to know whatever eventuates is a hospital with the capacity to accommodate everyone in need during normal times. It should not be politicised. That said, I do have concerns, and that's why I will support the motion in front of us today. I also temper my view by repeating what Pete Hodgson stated at the beginning of his 2 recent articles in the ODT. I'm neither an expert in building large infrastructure, nor am I a medical professional. So while I agree in principle with some of the commentary today, I'm also assuming that nobody around this table holds the qualifications I've just alluded to. My most personal critical concerns are twofold. Firstly, I believe we are living in cloud cuckoo land if we think that there will not be further and most likely substantial cost increases. It's the nature of any build anywhere in the world, let alone the most expensive building project in New Zealand history during a time of global uncertainty and a high inflation environment likely to be with us for a long time yet. Think Transmission Gully, an $850 million project that went well beyond the 1.25 billion mark, and that's for a relatively straight piece of road that's not very long. Therefore, we need an absolute watertight assurance that in the context of certain and likely substantial cost increases, that there should not be any repeat exercise in terms of redesign solely with a purpose of cost savings. That will put at risk the very integrity of the new hospital. And if that is the case, I, for one, along with Councillor Barker, will be on the streets marching in protest. Secondly, staff well-being. Lots will be said about the potential effects on patients, some which may or may not accrue. But I get very uneasy that any cost cuts that impinge on staff spaces and by extension staff working conditions is a false economy. That likely has down the line consequences for patient care and, as importantly, for staff well-being. I don't need to be a medical expert to understand the fact that any service I receive in an environment of low staff morale has consequences, whether it's a hotel, a WINS office, or indeed a vital life-saving hospital. Any cost savings in my mind should not be at the expense of or an attack on staff working conditions. That is just not acceptable in 2023. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Benson-Pope for putting this notice of motion forward. I'll be relatively brief because a lot of what I was going to be saying has already been said. However, I will double down on a few things. The absurdity of delays intended to save money and a redesign intended to save money is not lost on me. For me, anyone with half a brain, you don't even need a calculator, you can see that across the board costs have increased. And if delays and intentions for alterations are anything to go by, it is unfortunate then that this cranial requirement seemed limited, in limited supply at least, by those behind the report and the desire for redesigning and thinning out the new Dunedin Hospital. We should, as it has been pointed out by everybody, be striving for the best, not for something that is barely fit for purpose. And there are few things that are guaranteed for us all, and needing the use of our health system is very high among them. We have issues enough trying to find well-qualified specialists, or more particularly get well-qualified specialists such as neurosurgeons who desperately want to bring their skills to Dunedin but can't through the mysteries of red tape or uncaring pride, and then to have our government make their disinterest in the health of our residents made so clear in this deeply concerning way to me. It seems to me such an obvious and simple decision to support this notice of motion. We are here representing the ratepayers and citizens of Dunedin, Otago, and now those that will be using a hospital from further afield. It's bewildering to me that it would appear our central government is not as concerned with the health and wellness of its citizens.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora. Just to reiterate on everything that's already been said, we cannot ignore issues based on cost. Without good health, what have we got? Any changes to the size and scope of the hospital will have a negative effect. I believe it's our role to advocate for staff, their work conditions and the current poor morale. We need to meet the needs of our ageing population for the wider Southland and Otago region. We need improved, adaptable, optimum and resourced hospital, reducing harm and improving our staff experience. The costs of cuts and delay is bringing risk. Our staff are under the pump. Cancellations and delays are costing lives and the quality of life of all of our residents. Health, I believe, is our primary well-being domain, and this is about access to care for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Worship. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, I should say. Getting there. Listen, this is not a blowout, as has often been described in the media. It's a supply chain inflation event, and that's a different thing for the government to consider in the first place. But I want to comment first on Minister Little's commentary of no cuts and the support by local MPs saying that there has been no cuts. I think it's disingenuous, and I would answer their statement with my statement, which is bollocks. It really isn't a case of no cuts. And when we talk about who has any expertise to be able to speak on this, my first job I got after getting my PhD at Otago was in the pathology department at Columbia Presbyterian Hospital in New York. And I can tell you the central importance of a pathology department to a good functioning hospital. It in fact was the biggest department in that hospital, and yet we are cutting ours back. My other expertise is in pharmaceuticals, and we're creating a pharmacy that's not going to be able to mix drugs in time for patients. Now, if you tell me those are no cuts, then I hope that you survive and do well in the hospital if you come here in an emergency, because you are putting people's lives at risk when you make those cuts. And I think that gets put to another point. We need to have an open dialogue. And therefore people who know what's going on, who are affected, need to be able to be confident that any comments they make with regard to these funding deprioritisations will not result in recrimination actions against them. And that is not clear. There is a sense in the medical community in Dunedin that if you put your head above the parapet right now, you may very well lose it. So we also need to have a better attitude from the central government when it comes to discussing what is going on right now. I basically would say to the government, spine up and build the facility that the business case calls for. This happens in all large civil projects. You start the project out, it takes a long time to deliver it. Inflation will be one of the risks you have to deal with. But if you have put into your design that if you have an inflationary event, you're just going to simply push the design back down, then you're approaching it from the wrong direction. It has to be built the way it was designed, because the design was immediately related to the need. And as soon as you go back below that design, it means you are deliberately deciding not to meet the need, except you're too afraid, for want of a better word, to come forward and say that's exactly what you're doing. The business case is the reference point for all of this. And to quote Councillor Barker, health cuts don't heal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Tēnā kōrua to the mover and the seconder. I fully support this motion. However, I would invite, in his right of reply, Councillor Benson-Pope, to offer your commentary on Ms Yeldon's commentary from 2017, saying that we are acting, that our political activism, if we support this motion, pass this motion, is beyond the proper scope of us as a local body. And also invite you in your right of reply to respond to various MPs who have said that if we undertake such a campaign, we're going to be seen to be counteracting the government in an election year. And while I don't really personally care about that, I just invite you to do that in the fullness of your right of reply. And I just want to acknowledge Justine Camp, Dr. Justine Camp, who was present at yesterday's Te Paihui. She completed her PhD developing a Māori health model for whānau across the lifespan and across generations, the first health model created by Kaitahu. And I just want to acknowledge her personally for opening conversation to us as Pasifika Tauiwi, and her manaakitanga of us to contribute to models of care, which she did over and above her duties, I suppose, involved in the design group. So I just want to thank her for that manaaki and help. And through those models of care, through every department that she did, she involved us and explained to us the process. So it was very empowering for Pasifika Tauiwi to have an understanding of what this new hospital build will do. And I also acknowledge your commentary in your speech that this was always supposed to be at the apex of a primary health hub system. I don't know when the primary health hub system is going to be throughout the region, so even more we need to be active. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said around the table so far, and I'll totally agree with the notice of motion. One of the reasons we ended up in Dunedin was because my wife loved the fact we had a tertiary grade hospital with a world-leading medical school. Now, my wife's been in medical care and hospitals for over 40 years. Well, actually just short of 40 years. She's not that old. But the key is she ran the operating theatres at Vancouver General Hospital. 35 operating theatres she oversaw, 1,200 staff. Anybody that wants to go and look at Vancouver Hospital, go and see how the BC Healthcare and the governments, successive governments, right and left, dealt with that hospital. They built their new hospital back in the mid-90s. We're struggling to find out if it's even been finished yet, if they've actually filled out the rooms, they've filled out the floors. Because last time we were there was still lots of empty spaces in that hospital. You can build a hospital and promise to fit it out, but the promise can be promises, can be years, decades. This is about the importance of our residents and those living across Otago and Southland. You downsize this hospital, you cut costs, you try to save the budget, it's going to cost lives. Now, I can't believe there is one politician anywhere in this country that wants to say, you know what, the economics don't stack up. We're going to downclass this, we're going to move this, we're not going to quite do this. Yeah, and we know it's going to cost lives. I don't think there's one politician that would support that. So when we have Minister Little and any politician come out and say and try and support what has been done at Dunedin Hospital, I'm sorry, I'm going to really struggle with that narrative. The business case was the business case was the business case. It was put through. It was talked about. It's been consulted with. Anybody that was involved in it had great professional expertise. It was signed off by Cabinet and supported. Why? Because it was important for Dunedin, throughout Otago and Southland. To go ahead and say, oh, I think we'll shave this off and do that. We're going to take one of those air bridges away. There's only going to be there's only going to be one across on Andrew Street now, not two. So they're going to push patients in their wheelchairs, in their beds or whatever across the road? Okay. The oncology building is already bad enough. It's already going to be a block and a half down the road. And we're going to have a problem with our patients going through that process. And that was before we saw what was going to come to us on the 22nd of December. Anybody in the building and construction industry knows there's been a dramatic difference, and $1.4 billion spent today, or back in 2017, is going to be nearly $2.5 billion. That's life. That's building, construction. That's in the inflation. I will challenge anybody running for Prime Minister this year, anybody running for office at the Beehive, especially from this region, to fight for the hospital in Dunedin. We need to maintain that status. We need to be a strong medical school, and we need to make sure that we're not downgraded in any way. When you start talking about removing scanners, that reduces patient outcomes. People die when they don't get good diagnostics. That's probably the first thing you want to invest in, because that's going to tell you if you're really sick and you need extra care. Move those scanners away. Again, unfortunately, people are going to die. We need to fight this, and we need to fight this hard. I can't believe that not all mayors will support this 100% around the region, but I'm sure they're going to see the bigger picture at some point. The bottom line is, this is going to unite this council, and we're going to unite the city, and we're going to fight this down the streets if we have to.
Thank you. Councillor Cherry. Councillor Lucas.
Following up on what Councillor Gary said earlier on about the date of when this announcement was made, December the 22nd, as we were just reminded. I think the government obviously thought that we had all gone on holiday and would be able to slip into, the Christmas newspapers, and that we wouldn't be upset and notice that it was happening. Another community might be like that, but not us. And I hear that it's very much of a concern also that, to me, a lot of the budget cuts appear to be in the working conditions. Excuse me. And it does appear that a lot of our clinicians and staff appear to be muzzled because we haven't heard from them. And that seems like an easy cut because they are not in a position to speak out and fight about that. And also, as you've mentioned, Councillor Wiley, about our medical school, we are very proud of our very much world-class medical school, and we want to be able to keep this. This hospital was not about a hospital for 2023. This is about future-proofing. We're building the hospital which will open hopefully 2030 or beyond. We need to be building a hospital that will meet that. And as you say, Councillor Wiley, what government is going to have a budget that there is a priority more than this hospital? I mean, I can't think of something else that's more important than the budget for this hospital. So I just think we need to send a very clear message to the government that it's just not acceptable. Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to those of you who've been so clear about your views. In terms of what's been mitigated since the initial proposals, well, I don't know. I've heard some scuttlebutt, not Mr. Little scuttlebutt, but I've heard rumours about this, that and the other. That's why the Mayor wrote asking for the detail that is not yet available to us. I'm hoping it's going to come any day now, and that will be good because clearly this motion is going to be supported by colleagues, and that will mean that the experts will be able to look at what the detail actually is and see whether it stacks up with our criteria. about total capacity of the build and the effects on services, service levels, clinical levels for the region. Councillor Barker reminded us of a part of the human condition that we've all experienced, that, oh God, why didn't I do it properly? Why didn't I install X when I had the opportunity? Not can't afford it now 5 years later, or it's going to cost so much more. That's exactly what this is about. We have a one-off opportunity to get it right, and it's our responsibility to fight those who would do otherwise. I've got to thank Councillor Gary for mentioning, and not just Councillor Gary, I think Councillor Lucas just did it as well, reminding us of the appalling timing of our Christmas present, and also thank her for the mention of the issues that Councillor O'Malley has continued with in terms of pathology and pharmacology. Why would you have a building that you can't service properly? And who knows, some of those issues may have been mitigated. I don't know. We will find out. And I also think the issue, the reference to the link, is really important. It seems to me, as a lay person, that removing the second bridge is an absolute no-brainer. Why would you? You know that's the sort of thing that a few years or a few months down the track will be, oh, it's really awkward only having one bridge between the two buildings. Why don't we have the other one that was originally planned? I want to make a brief comment about the PET scanner, because this is a policy issue that has come across the top of the whole proposal. No doubt about the importance and usefulness of PET scanning. The reality is, though, in purely political terms, that it's not possible to have a PET scanner in Dunedin when there ain't one in public control in Auckland or Wellington or Christchurch. There may be one appearing here, but we know it's not extremely efficient, and it's very costly to fly people and their caregiver to Christchurch for the nearest private PET scanning. So I think we need to put that argument on its head and say this is actually an indictment of successive governments failing to ensure that PET scanning is available in our public hospitals and not captured as it is now by private for-profit hospitals and institutions. And I'll just leave that there. I'm glad a couple of you have highlighted my concern, or the general concern, about working conditions. In the situation we have with workforce at any part of the workforce in the hospitals, the worst thing we can do for the level of care, and them, but the level of care those institutions provide, is make negative, do damage to their working conditions. In terms of the question of scope, I think we'd be acting beyond, outside our oath of office, if we didn't advocate for something like this in our community. So I don't give Ms. Yeldon's comments any credence. And as to the suggestion from a couple of, or more than, MPs that we have inaccurate information, well, I'm looking forward to hearing what it is. Perhaps they're the ones who are not being provided with the detail. And I think the reality is what I said earlier, and just in finishing, I'll repeat that. I don't think anyone in the top end of the ministry, and certainly around the cabinet table, has read some of those conclusions in the report that I quoted earlier. If they had, it would be inconceivable that they would allow any proposals of this kind to interfere with the design that's taken so long to get right. Thank you.
So at this stage, I'll put the motion.
A division,
and we'll take it by
please.
division. Yes.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope. Councillor Gary.
Absolutely.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr Mayor.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. And hopefully that will help and induce the government to listen. And we'll certainly be moving forward with that. And I would note that the cover of today's paper had yet a fresh response from a clinician, a gerontologist, talking about that element of the new build. And one of the things that has been a feature is that there has been a reluctance of clinicians to come forward and speak out publicly, but I would note that for my part I have spoken to several privately and they all have comments to make, but it is a very difficult position they find themselves in. Now, moving on. What have we got? Should we have a short? Yes. So the next item on our agenda is a non-public agenda, non-public item. So we'll have a 5-minute recess, 5-minute adjournment to enable that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Mayhem.
You should read them. You should move formally into non-public, otherwise you haven't read your.
All right.
And then adjourn. Sorry.
Sorry. What are you pointing at? Yes. So I move that the council now moves into non-public pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987 and exclude public from the meeting for the reasons outlined in the agenda. All those in favour say aye. I did have a seconder for Councillor Walker earlier. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you.